Thank you for joining us for Capital Factory's LGBTQ In Tech event presented by Accenture. We are super excited to have you here. There's going to be an awesome day of programming all up ahead. My name is Erin Miller. I will be your MC today. I'm a program coordinator and a proud queer person at Capital Factory. And I am happy to introduce our co-founder and CEO of Capital Factory, Joshua Baer. I have a couple of introduction notes for you for the CEO of Capital Factory. So some of you might already know Josh, but he is the CEO and founder of Capital Factory. But first, he started his first company while still in college at Carnegie Mellon University. And he's been a serial entrepreneur ever since. He teaches an entrepreneurship class at UT Austin and has played a major role in building a startup ecosystem in Austin and all of Texas. His own personal tagline, and it's a perfect description of what Josh does, is that he helps people quit their job and become entrepreneurs. And now we have a couple of words from him.
Howdy. My name is Joshua Baer, and I'm the founder and CEO of Capital Factory. Capital Factory is famous for our t-shirts, and I'm always pretty intentional about which one I wear. The Capital Factory Pride shirt's one of my favorites. Of course, I couldn't stop there. I got my Pride watch band on, Pride socks, and even a Pride version of that little camera that I wear in my shirt every day. Capital Factory is the center of gravity for entrepreneurs in Texas, the #1 state for startups in the US. Thousands of entrepreneurs, programmers, and designers gather day and night, in person and online, for meetups, classes, and coworking. With boots on the ground in Austin, Dallas, and Houston, we meet the best entrepreneurs in Texas and introduce them to their first investors, employees, mentors, and customers. According to PitchBook, Capital Factory has been the most active early-stage investor in Texas since 2013. Why are we gathered today? Capital Factory is committed to increasing diversity in the entrepreneurial community and in making our community a welcoming and inclusive environment. We know that diverse and inclusive teams perform better. The data shows that they're more successful and produce bigger returns. But that's not the way most teams are today. We're starting from a major disadvantage due to hundreds of years of systemic discrimination based on race, gender, physical disabilities, and of course, sexual orientation. Sometimes it's blatant and intentional, but just as often, it's subtle and unconscious. Diverse and equitable teams won't happen unless we're intentional. If we don't actively focus on it, then teams are all going to look just like ours. That's why we're all here today. LGBTQ leaders, entrepreneurs, and allies in tech who support and invest in diversity, equity, and inclusion. Our DEI strategy at Capital Factory has 3 primary channels and 5 focus areas. First, we partner with every other organization we can find who's doing great work with DEI. Groups like Div Inc., Houston Tillotson University, Opportunity Hub, and Women at Austin. We invite them to use our space. We cross-promote each other's events, and we refer entrepreneurs to each other. We trust them to give out 3-month golden tickets to join our community, get mentorship, and help them prep for our accelerator. Second, we host summits like these, designed to celebrate diverse entrepreneurs and talk out in the open about the challenges they face. This is a great way for us to meet new people we wouldn't normally, and to get the message out that our community is open to all. It's also a great way to elevate the profiles of our most successful diverse entrepreneurs, so they can serve as role models and inspirations to others. Third, we put up $100,000 investment challenges reserved for teams with diverse founders. This has been an extremely effective way for us to meet new entrepreneurs with amazing companies who we just wouldn't have found otherwise. There's something about putting up a $100,000 prize that pulls people out of the woodwork. Only one company wins the competition, but we usually end up meeting a dozen new companies that we end up working with in the accelerator as a result. The 5 focus areas are women, Blacks, Latinos, LGBTQ+, and veterans. We hope to add programming for disability soon. Last month, we had a Women in Tech Summit, and just before that, a Black in Tech Summit. Our next diversity-focused event is the Latinx Summit coming up September 8th. If you know any Latinx entrepreneurs, please send them our way. What should you expect today? I'm so excited to welcome Megan Smith back to Capital Factory. Her first visit was at South by Southwest 2014, as the first Chief Technology Officer of the United States under President Obama. She brought Chris Lynch down from Defense Digital Services with her on that visit, and he returned with Secretary of Defense Ash Carter a few months later. That was the beginning of the Defense Innovation Unit office in Austin, and the start of the Center for Defense Innovation that now supports the Army Futures Command, Air Force AFWorks, the Texas Military Department, the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency, and many other government innovation organizations. She'll be joined by Dr. Michael Sorrell from Paul Quinn College, and Eugene Sepulveda, one of the people I've learned the most about LGBTQ issues and equity from. You're all in for quite a treat. Now, we're thankful to have partners like Accenture, Expedia, and Baker Botts. We couldn't have done this without them and brought this group together without their support. One thing that really stands out to me about Accenture is the way they've leaned into diversity, equity, and inclusion. This isn't the first time they've stepped up for equity. They've helped support our Women in Tech Summit and Dream Week in San Antonio as well. We're also thankful to Start Out and Div Inc., who are obviously key partners in getting the word out about this event. We recently published our 2019 Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Report, which reflects on our work of the past few years, what we're doing currently, and how we want to keep improving in the future. If you'd like to learn more, visit diversity.capitalfactory.com. If you're interested in joining our community, please visit the Capital Factory booth in Hopin anytime during the event to talk to somebody at our team and learn more. You can see a calendar of all the upcoming events in Capital Factory, both in person and virtual, at events.capitalfactory.com. And you can contact me directly on Twitter at Joshua Bear, or send me an email at josh@quityourjob.com. Thank you for being part of our community. I hope you make some amazing new connections today.
Thanks, Josh, for that intro. That, again, was Joshua Bear, CEO and founder of Capital Factory, looking good in his rainbow t-shirt, just like me. All right, next we're going to bring up our friends from Accenture. Here with us, we have Jacob Spangler, who's the Management Consulting Manager at Accenture in Dallas. And he's here with a couple of opening remarks for all of y'all. Jacob, off.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for having me today. And thank you all for joining today's LGBTQ In Tech Summit. Just as Aaron said, my name is Jacob. I work in our Dallas office and spend a lot of time in our human capital practice, getting to work with all kinds of clients in a variety of industries. Accenture is a professional services company, and we focus pretty strongly on innovation and experience. And we advise corporations on how to navigate today's fast-changing digital economy. We're committed to an equal workplace. And I think today we hope to show you that that's a big commitment of ours, not just in the clients that we work with, but in some of the thought leadership and activities that we spend our time working so diligently on. We care about a workplace that inspires authenticity for work for all of our people, and that includes sexual orientation, gender identity, gender expression, and the whole rainbow of different ways that LGBTQ individuals express themselves. I get to spend one part of my day as leading our Pride network for the Dallas office, and get to meet a whole host of inspiring individuals and colleagues each and every day. I'm reminded by a summit that we were able to attend in person before coronavirus started earlier this year, and just saw how many different perspectives and backgrounds and experiences that we all bring as a company. It's something that's truly important to us, and hopefully we can share some of that with you today through our remarks and teachings and the different panels that we hear. So this is just a hugely important thing for us, and I'm inspired as I get to attend a session like this today to learn a little bit more about how far we've come as an organization and as a society, professional society. I was doing some research to not seem super ignorant today on today's call, and saw a few statistics I thought were interesting, and I'll read a few of them to you today. So this was from an article from The Economist that I was reading, and I thought that it was neat that there was even an LGBTQ article in a pretty conservative publication. So first, in 1985, about 1/5 of Americans had either knew an openly gay relative, friend, or colleague. The percentage is now increased to 87%. It's a huge increase, and something that I think each and every one of us can take it upon ourselves to be part of that change, to let people know who we are and what we stand for, and that we're not that much different than people who may not know someone that's like us. Another one that I thought was interesting was in 2002, about half of Americans said that they tolerated homosexuality or any form of LGBTQ expression. Now we're up to 3/4, a huge increase that I think, again, is testament to what each and every one of us does, and the way that we act around our colleagues and our families and friends each and every day. And the last one is that this isn't just contained to Western civilizations. there are other parts of the world that are seeing even faster growth than us. So in India, for instance, a country that is known for its history and very highly tuned religious ideals, you see increases there too. So just 6 years ago, in 2014, 15% of the population were okay with homosexual people or activities, and now the number's already up to 37%. So the numbers aren't just contained to Western countries. We're seeing other parts of the world understand the importance of talking about and recognizing and celebrating LGBTQ identities. And we're so proud to be a part of that as a global company. So while all this is a broader societal issue, I want to make sure that we can spend our time today as different individuals and organizations coming together to make this at the forefront of what we're thinking about and actually tackle some of these issues. So today, our summit, we're here to hold a great lineup of speakers and programs and an opportunity to bring people together from across Texas to connect and be visible and stand together for equality. So let's keep moving forward together. We'll be able to go further than ever. Thanks for having us today and look forward to the rest of the session.
Thanks, Jacob. Appreciate those words and for you joining us today. Thanks for representing Accenture.
Sure thing.
All right, next we have our first section of programming for the summit. This is going to be a fireside chat, and moderating it is our own Eugene Sepulveda. He is the CEO of the Entrepreneurs Foundation and a partner and director of Capital Factory. And he's a senior advisor to the Austin Mayor, Steve Adler. Eugene has played a lot in the intersection of business and government and nonprofits for over 33 years, and previously is Austin's first tech banker, the CEO of a semiconductor startup, and a lecturer at the University of Texas's McCombs School of Business. This is Eugene, and thank you for joining us today, Gene. Love the glasses.
Megan, thanks. And thanks everyone for joining us for the LGBTQ plus in tech. This is our third summit, I believe, Aaron, the first that you've been coordinating, and you're so far so good. Thank you for doing such a great job.
For sure.
I have the privilege of welcoming back a dear friend of Capital Factory, and then welcoming for the first time someone who I got to know on the Obama campaign trail. I want to introduce Megan Smith and Dr. Michael Searle. Here's Megan. And here's Dr. Searle. Megan is the CEO of Shift7, and she's a former U.S. Chief Technology Officer under President Obama. I can't wait for Megan to tell us more about Shift7. We were backstage and just getting a sneak peek. It's a company working collaboratively on systemic, social, environmental, and economic problems. They're finding opportunities to scout and scale promising solutions and solution makers and to engage proven, tech-forward, open, shareable practices to drive direct impact. Megan's an award-winning entrepreneur, engineer, a tech evangelist. In addition to serving as a U.S. Chief Technology Officer under President Obama, she was an advisor to him. We at Capital Factory got to know her during this time. And as Megan and Josh and I were just discussing backstage, there's a long trail from that first visit, which has not only impacted Capital Factory and so many of entrepreneurs, but the Austin ecosystem. Before government, Megan was a vice president at Google for 11 years. She led many acquisitions, including Google Earth, Maps, and then she did a transition into Google.org. She was the CEO of Planet Out, which I didn't even remember, but I guess we probably met in the early 90s when I was on the HRC board, and we had so much connection there. She's a movie star in General Magic, and she's a board member of MIT Vital Voices and the 2028 LA Olympics. Megan, thank you for being with us.
Thanks for having me, and I love Capital Factory. I'm glad to be back with you.
You know, Dr. Michael Searle is the longest serving president in the 148-year history of Paul Quinn College. During his 13 years of leadership, Paul Quinn has become a national movement for its efforts to remake higher education in order to serve the needs of under-resourced students and communities. I happen to know some behind the scenes conversation Michael is involved in today with some extraordinary men in our world, and I'm very excited to see the results of some ideas that he is personally incubating with the top of the ecosystem and political system in this country. Michael previously worked for President Clinton on his initiative for race. And as I said earlier, we met during President Obama's 2 campaigns. Michael holds a law degree and a public policy master's from Duke, as well as his PhD from Penn. Dr. Searle, thank you also for joining us.
No, it's a pleasure to be here. Always happy to support the Capital Factory.
So, we first reached out to Megan, who her first person that she wanted to invite in on this panel was Michael. But Megan, you first said you wanted to talk about innovation in all dimensions and about having everyone participate. So tell us a little bit about that. And that's also a good opportunity for expanding on Shift 7.
Sure. One of the craziest things we do is waste talent. And so the flip side of that is engaging talent anywhere. People have such incredible ideas and things they would bring to the table. They have a passion for what they're interested in. And one of the things that is a real opportunity, I grew up in the tech sector. We built Google. I worked on crazy smartphones, got mentored. It's an apprentice journey mastery experience, very much like the guilds. Of course, there's a university degree in a formal way, but then this guild-like experience where you're learning on the job. And I feel like I had this incredible moment when I met Michael, because I was on a campaign that Steve Case has put together called Rise of the Rest. And they get on a bus and they go through different parts of the country. Steve started it himself with Case Foundation with Jean, his wife, and they kind of do it's a 1-week-long tour. And it's each night they do a pitch competition, which is very familiar in Capital Factory. And it's kind of like Shark, Dolphin, Tank. And they were giving away $100K to a new company, new innovator, in a place where not a lot of venture capital or seed funding was flowing. And so that's what this Rise of the Rest is. And all the innovation, you think of all the innovation across the whole country that's all over the place, but many neighbors don't know about it. And so I was really happy that I was able to meet Dr. Searle, because he was the first stop on the Dallas tour. So when I think of Texas, I think of you, Michael. And I think about Paul Quinn, and I think about the talent in your students and what you have achieved. And one of our tenets at Shift 7 is called Scout and Scale. We try to find the innovators who've already figured out the key solutions and try to help people scale or share using media. So many of the problems in our world, someone's already solved in some way. We just don't know where they are. And they're not getting the same kind of attention from the media that maybe some of my colleagues like Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos and others are getting. I love them, but there's like Shift 7 means and, Shift 7 on your keyboard. So, and there's a bunch of other people too. So let's also see them. And so when I talk about every dimension, I mean in 2 directions. One is any topic. So let's have data science and AI, machine learning for not only self-driving cars and transportation solutions, but let's also have it for school lunch and foster care solutions. Like any topic, justice, energy, so sometimes I think about those sustainable development goals, right? The global goals from the UN. It's like humanity collectively called these goals. And so how about tech and innovation for all this? And then the part of it is who's already doing it, or who's out there who's interested, like students, Michael, who you have, who would join in. Not only some of them, at their age are already inventors or creators. We helped, I have some support Malala Yousafzai as she founded the Malala Fund. So young people are already in the game, or sometimes they're interested in joining a different entrepreneur and being part of that smart generalists in the beginning when we're making new companies. And Michael, I was so impressed with how you have redesigned Paul Quinn so that the students are really in an apprenticeship experience with their education, helping with the financial model of paying for it, right? So it's like a win-win-win solution there. So that's what I mean. And Paul Quinn is, you guys are the example, Michael, of what I'm talking about.
Well, thank you. You know, I somewhere out there are some native Texans that have been stopped in their track when you say that I'm in our school. What you think about when you think about Texas, right?
Michael, tell us a little bit. I mean, you share this commitment, and I know it's not only around education, but innovation and participation.
Yeah. So, you know, it's interesting. I think to Megan's point, and by the way, you know, I'm a huge fan of the work that Megan does. I think it's extraordinary. And I'm even more of a fan of the way she uses her voice, right? Because people can have talent and they may, you know, sustain themselves off their talent, but it's truly something different to watch people use their talent, their positions in the service of others when they don't have to. And I just want to applaud you for doing that, Megan. So thank you. We believe in several different things at Paul Quinn. And it's an extension really of sort of my personal belief sets as well, right? We believe no problem is ever permanently solved. So then you must stay in a constant state of innovation because you're going to constantly need to find solutions. And, you know, it's interesting when Megan mentioned about, like, you know, we waste a lot of talent in this country. Well, I would actually argue we don't really know how to recognize talent in this country. So we waste it because we're stuck on prototypes, right? Like all we think about is you are only talented if you go to these set of schools and you have these sets of experiences. And all of us fall prey to it. I mean, look, I went to all those schools. And I remember coming out of college, going into graduate school at Duke, and, you know, originally being a little bit dismissive of my classmates who went to, you know, the less prestigious schools until they started kicking my behind day in and day out. And I just sat there and thought, maybe I need to adjust my method of thinking. And, you know, you see the same things with my students and the communities they come from. When you think about entrepreneurship, if all you do is think about it from the standpoint of how you bring an idea to market and become fabulously wealthy, you are missing an enormous chunk of what entrepreneurship is. I believe in the model that, you know, Babson espouses. And, you know, one of the formative moments in my professional career happened late. It happened when I went to Babson to take a course as a college president, because my first few years I was obsessive about what I didn't know. So I just traveled the country looking for knowledge and inspiration, right? And no one had ever heard of me in higher education. No one had heard of Paul Quinn. And so I would just call up and just have to sell people on letting me in, right? Like, so it was like the elevator speech of guerrilla ambush marketing, right? And so I'm sitting in this program at Babson, and they said, we want to talk to you about entrepreneurial thought and entrepreneurial action. And it was as if the heavens opened up. And that reframed, and I am the child of entrepreneurs. My parents built a really successful business in Chicago. But because I didn't think about my life in that context, I didn't think not necessarily I was entrepreneurial. I thought I was just impatient, right? I thought that, you know, I was impatient with the way people did things. And so, you know, I go through the program at Babson and I realize that that's the key. We have to start talking to students about entrepreneurship in a way that is accessible to them, right? So look, you come from a community where there aren't grocery stores. There aren't grocery stores because, quite frankly, it's an opportunity for you to stand in the gap, right? And so people who come from under-resourced communities typically are really, really experienced and very deep in their faith. So sometimes you have to couch it in faith terms. So we started talking about entrepreneurship through the adoption of our biblical scripture, right, for the college, which talks about being the repairers of the breach. Well, repairers of breaches are people who stand in the gap and fill the needs of a society. Those are entrepreneurs. So we began experimenting with how we talk to the students about entrepreneurship. And then we created the work program where it allowed them to pay for school, gain valuable work experience, have their eyes open to all the possibilities, give them relationship capital because they've never had relationship capital, not in a way that could give them access to wealth. And so that's how we look at it. It is a combination of many different ideas that all come together to lift people from where they are and push them into the places where their dreams should be.
Megan, is this part of the vision of where Shift 7 came from?
Yeah, very much so. Shift 7, as I said, it means and, if you type it on a keyboard. And, you know, I was lucky to be in Silicon Valley and come through that whole track of tech. Got to go to engineering school at MIT. Was actually more focused on green energy in the beginning. I'm a mechanical engineer, but ended up, and you said that movie General Magic, like on the beginning of smartphones, you know, touch screens and LCDs and connectors and buttons, and got in that world and slowly made our way kind of much more into the internet world. And, you know, when I was in Silicon Valley, there was a really clear mindset that this technology is for these topics. And that idea, not fundable, or that's philanthropy, that's this. But I think there's all different kinds of entrepreneurs. And so I think of lots of different kinds of business models. And really our Shift 7 team has come together. You know, one of my co-founders was at the UN, leading public engagement there. So she comes with this open collaborative. She has a background in the music industry and organizing climate. We have another co-founder who comes much more sort of with science background and some banking and other things. So different skill sets coming together. And this idea of scout and scale and finding who's already doing things is one of our key sort of things that we focus on. And I'd say an example of that would be for the UN, they were ratifying, you know, the global goals. And we thought there's already people solving these, people like Michael. How do we find them? And how does the UN use its capacity to lift that up? We can talk about the problem, analyze it, economists, others looking at it, but we don't admire it too long. We want to understand it, but then we want to get to work. But a lot of times people are like, okay, now what should we do? And you can feel that energy. Oh my God, what should we do about education? What should we do about, you know, students? How can we solve? And we feel real heavy, like feel it. Oh my God, what are we going to do about it? But if you instead be like, I wonder who, Dr. Sorrell, what are you doing? You know, like you find colleagues. Malala, what are you doing? And you know, in Houston, there's an amazing school that's part of the XQ Super Schools, which was a program Lorraine Jobs put together with Russell and Ali, looking for schools. This is a K-12 or a high school who had already figured out something, need a little more money to take it to the next level. And they are called the XQ Super Schools. That one focuses on environmental justice and environmental engineering and solutions at the high school level. And they've really increased their high school graduation rate in a Title I school by making it so interesting and engaging. You know, so really you could think about different kinds of entrepreneurs. I think about, for example, you know, one of my big heroes is George Washington Carver. I think of him, I call him a two-step entrepreneur. He takes the train from the middle of the country down to Tuskegee to join the faculty with Booker T. Washington. And he notices on this train ride that we Americans are incredibly malnourished and we are monocrop. And he's a genius of agriculture, of course. And people sometimes say George Washington Carver, the peanut guy. Well, actually, he's like how about we nitrogen fix the soil? How about now? How about as soon as possible? And we do it in the money. So he goes in the lab and he finds with his students all these ways to solve peanuts, using peanuts and soybeans to be in the money, get some money from a venture capitalist in New York, Jessup. And the Jessup wagon with Carver and his students travels the country training thousands of farmers a month. They upgrade the ag extension with Secretary Wallace. If you go to the U.S. Department of Agriculture today, above the secretary's desk is a photograph of Carver and Wallace. You know, he's this kind, genius innovator who community organized this into innovation in two steps. First the lab, and then scale it. There's other kinds of entrepreneurs like Claire Barton. she's an operations innovator, right? She figures out the Red Cross. She's not a venture-backed startup person. She's using government budgets and philanthropy budgets to create the Red Cross. There's, then you've got Henry Ford. You have different kinds of entrepreneurs. You have political entrepreneurs like Benjamin Franklin. So thinking more broadly about anything needs innovation. And as Michael was saying, this idea of being in a constant state of innovation. There's a really cool opening to Buckminster Fuller's Orbiting Manual of Planet Earth. And I love this quote because it's very respectful of what people have done before. He says, if you are in a shipwreck and a piano top comes floating along, it makes a fortuitous life preserver. Let's shout out to people who figured that out. But that doesn't mean that you would design, if you had more time, a life preserver in the shape of a piano top. There are a great many piano tops around where people in the past had to grab on. That's what they did. But there's no reason not to do that. And that's why I'm so excited about civic tech, philanthropy tech, more active STEM. Active STEM is what you're doing, Dr. Sorrell, where the students are learning by doing while they still have the deep academic experience. One of my favorite programs in this area is out of Los Angeles that's scaling. It's called the Data Science Federation. So data science is one of the hottest topics, right? AI, machine learning, data sets. We have huge problems with biases of who does the work and the data set bias, face recognition bias, racism, sexism, classism in the data that we're crawling and learning from and teaching our AI. Very bad situation. That said, we could actually get all the young people at the college level involved in the data sets of their city as part of their homework. Work on your hometown for your homework at the college level. And so literally this is happening in LA. So Jean Home, who's Marigar Studies Innovation Lead, is also a professor at UCLA in data science. And so what she's already doing is go into her city team and they post challenges that are real, problems they really have. They need a dashboard, they need this is the problem with, delivery of garbage or something with homelessness or something about air quality or transportation. And then the students are assigned, choose a problem on here, get a hold of this team and do a capstone project on this over a couple of weeks, and you get to work on something real. And it's not production software that they then release, but it's prototype software that they can show to people like Accenture and others who are doing government contract work to build that out. And it gets everybody in the game and caring, and all of a sudden you're like, oh, data science, it's not just for this, it's for anything. It's for anything I'm interested in. Art, history, language, data science, ops, all the subjects of the universe applied. And so the concept there is you're out looking for any kind of innovator, and you're trying to find somebody who's already ahead. So we'll look at the UN Solution Summit. We do this with island innovators. We do it with, right now we're working with MIT Solve on the Indigenous Communities Fellowship, which is Native American, Hawaiian Native or Alaskan Native innovators have said, hey, I'm working on these projects, and some of them become fellows. So there's people all over the whole country, all over the whole world. I kind of nickname it like the Wakanda layer. Like for Black Panther, like if we could just take off the shield and have everyone else see the genius that's already here and support each other.
You guys, you both, and I don't want to take us back, but I do want to acknowledge that you've both talked about how we're stuck in pattern recognition. And I've been in those conversations a lot about the concentration of venture capital. And particularly, I'm trying to ferret out this statement that a fellow entrepreneur made, that there's not 24 Black entrepreneurs who have raised more than $5 million from venture capitalists. And as I'm finding, we all know lots of VCs, they want to get their money out, but we're stuck in pattern recognition. We can only take bets that look like the bets that have paid off. And what I hear both of you talking about is there's a lot of other bets that have paid off, but that aren't in our, we don't have that information, so we're not able to recognize them. How do we break through the historical pattern recognition that exists with those who are allocating resources today. And both of you are in this space, and both of you have great track record with this.
Yeah, I think there's already people breaking through. One of the things we did in the White House was we brought together those venture capitalists who are already having success in funding a much broader set of diverse talent. And many of them didn't know each other. So Dr. Stroud, Michael, I thought your point of relationship capital, like who knows who, the networks are disconnected. We have racially divided networks. We have all these divided networks, and it's causing a lot of stereotyping and just missed opportunities. And so, Texas has Arlen with Backstage Capital, right? So she's all over this, and many people like her, Aileen Lee from Capital Ventures. There's really good people already there. And the Venture Capital Association is helping. I think when we're at House, I'll look for that link. It's an older link. It's in the archives now, but I think $800 million worth of venture capital money that was flowing to diverse entrepreneurs, and people weren't as connected as they could be. And also making sure and inviting the Silicon Valley venture capitalists, who tend to be the least diverse, both in their partnerships and in their funding, disconnected from that, inviting them into those deals so they can start to get some experience with breaking these stereotypes.
But I want to hear from Michael, but I also want the audience to know that we're going to go to Q&A in a couple of minutes. And so feel free to put those in the chat. Michael, thoughts on how we disrupt the historical history that constrains us today?
Well, I mean, listen, people don't just change, right? They don't wake up one morning and decide that what they're doing isn't good enough. I mean, I come from a school of thought that people have to be inspired to change. And you inspire them through carrots or sticks, right? I mean, that's just the most basic way of explaining it. And the carrot is you avail yourself to the better angels of their nature, right? And you talk about how they can become something more, something great, how this moment in time, they can move beyond it. I mean, it's very much when you think about what President Obama did, right? I mean, he inspired people. He gave them hope, not to overuse the word. Now, we are living with the backlash of that, right? But he still inspired people to be something greater. Now, if that doesn't work, then you have to be able to take something away. I would rather inspire people, right? I would rather say, listen, it's important that we make best use of all the talent that is in our midst, right? That we as a society are not functioning at our truest, best potential. And then you got to draw it so that they understand why it's personal to them. So if it's someone that cares about money, say you aren't making all the money you can make because you don't have the benefit of all the talent that you could have the benefit of, right? But you're going to have to live with the moment of adjustment. I mean, we see that at the college. I mean, the first time we did an iteration of the work program, the students hadn't ever thought of themselves in that context. So we had to retrain them, right? But you got to be patient with that. You can't say, well, for 300 years, we haven't done what we needed to do, and now we're going to do it. And oh, wait a minute, in 15 minutes, we didn't get it perfect, so we're going to quit. You have to be committed to the long game. And I think we can do it, but I think we literally have to make people understand why this is important, how they're going to benefit from it. And oh, by the way, you're also going to feel better about yourself as you benefit from it.
Obstacles and payoffs, and then we're going to move to questions. So, Megan, I mean, you're thinking about this daily through Shift 7. What are the primary obstacles and what's the biggest payoff?
Mindset is the biggest obstacle, and also the not sharing, using our networks to share this point of what's already working. That the talent is there. You can, like, to the challenges, Michael, you're just talking about, there's programs around the country who are helping students on board from whatever their background is. You know, I think about Mecca and the team in Code Crew, which is in Memphis. We went on a tech jobs tour. So Lesbians Who Tech was founded by Leanne Pittsford. She organized this tech jobs tour, and our Shift 7 team went with her, a bunch of other partners. We went to 25 different cities, like a revival, you know. So let's who's here, you know, and like right here in River City. And so we found amazing people in Birmingham, in Cleveland, in Cheyenne, in, you know, Seattle. We had in Seattle's a tech center sector. Take Oakland. We had 2,000 people show up in Oakland. We're in the middle of Silicon Valley trying to figure out how to get in the tech sector, right? Really diverse set of folks. So people were there. They wanted to join. And if you made an opportunity for them to come in the case of, I was just mentioning Mecca, Code Crew is, you know, coding boot camp. And they do two different ones, one for 20-somethings, and they do something for kids where they have a container, you know, it's container ships, a container with STEM boot camp inside of it in the playground. And so it's not like they're coming from math, they're coming from having fun at recess. And then we start doing dance and code, and we start doing flying UAVs and code, and we start really making math what it is, which is the language of the universe and fun, and everybody gets invited in, and pretty soon we're all technical. And, you know, the Raspberry Pi is just a chip, you know, this is the board, right, from your cell phone. It's just the board from your cell phone. So, you know, this doesn't have to be it can be as familiar as potato chips, these chips, if we would just teach this way. And so, you know, Mecca's got 45,000 people out of school and out of work in Memphis, in the same town where FedEx and AutoZone are starving. So let's bridge this youth population using these short form trainings, work college type work that like Michael's doing, so that people can afford this. Let's welcome them in during their course study, you know, like you guys are doing at Paul Quinn, like the Data Science Federation, and make it fun and interesting, and know that everyone can do it. And I would also note Memphis is where Ida B. Wells is from.
Yeah.
And I just posted a link. I don't know if Aaron's going to send it out there about the 20 for 2020. You know, this is the anniversary of the 19th Amendment. It took a lot longer for all women to get the vote, till all the way through Native American women in the 20s and all people more in the 60s. But that one milestone in celebrating it. So we posted 20 stories of extraordinary accomplishments by women, some STEM, some music, all different kinds. And we just need to know the history, that everybody's been awesome the whole time, even if they didn't get included. And so Ida was a justice data scientist, if you really think about her journalism work and her data science work. But she doesn't get that credit, so we don't have a chief data science position permanent in the Department of Justice. But why not? We have one at the Department of Energy. We have one at NASA. We need one at every department, because HUD and everybody needs to use data science today.
I will. I'll give a shout out to 19th News, which is a new online political news platform started by Emily Ramshaw, and they're doing their summit this week, which after I get off this call, I'm tuning into. But for 5 days, they're featuring you know, the most important political women in the country to talk about the future. And yesterday was a resounding success. I can't wait for it today. Hey, Michael, well, let me bring up Mellie's question. So Mellie Price, who, Megan, I know you've met. She's one of our co-founders. She's a dear friend. She said, I'd love to hear from these thought leaders about how an ecosystem like Capital Factory in Austin at large can be more supportive to creating change in LGBTQ tech.
Well, you know, I don't know if I'm qualified to speak on that, given that I am not in tech, right? And I'm not a member of the LGBTQ plus community, although I am a supporter.
Right.
What I can tell you, just in general about all of this is, I think people have to, and let me back up and just say our philosophy at Paul Quinn, right? Our philosophy at Paul Quinn, we're a historically Black college. And we don't talk about race the same way other people do. We tell people you can be my kind and not be my color, right? Because we don't want people thinking that that which folks have used to separate us prevents us from being allies and advocates for each other. And I think that's just so important. I think as long as we sit around and think that we don't have a place in these communities, then we are being disrespectful. Like, we have a place if we care about people having the opportunities that they should have, that their talent should have. So I would just tell people, I mean, I don't want to be flippant here, but I just haven't met folks that don't care about the same things, regardless of what category they assign themselves to. People care about a place where they can be safe to live. People care about a chance to have a quality of life. People care about if they have families, a place for their kids to go to school. That's not, like, no one entity has a monopoly on those concerns. So for me, the reason why I even agreed to do this, one, because you asked, right? And I thought it was cool you asked, but two, because I want to use my voice to let people know that, like, we are all here for the same reasons. And if you have concerns, I have concerns. Let's find a way to work together.
That's a good reminder, Michael. Megan, anything to add?
Yeah, I would just add that I think that the diversity of us is our greatest strength. And so one of the things Capital Factory can do, two things. One is programs like this, and then integrating all of us into all the programs, being very intersectional. People from all these different backgrounds exist. We're here. There are people of color, LGBTQ, trans, all different kinds of people are here. And so realizing that some people make up of multiple of those points. I wanted to share, I happen to have this Liberty Bell here, little replica. But, one of the things that is interesting is that the Liberty Bell and often our symbols are used by each group as we work to gain our on the arc of justice, as we work to gain what we hope as a country, that everyone's included in the democracy at a thriving level, at a sharing level, and that we're keeping those who have needs, on the stage, and they're not falling off, and those who need hope. And the Liberty Bell is where in 1965, the first group of LGBTQ activists who later went on to be part of the Stonewall and the founders of the Pride celebration, combined with Stonewall and these people who were called, who used to protest. And they just protest at the Liberty Bell every 4th of July. They would dress beautifully, ready for work. And the first protest had 17 people to be employable, just visible. And took so much courage. Frank Kameny and Barbara Giddings organized this. And so I'm bringing up this history because, we stand on the shoulders of giants who stepped out to be visible, and it's very hard in the LGBTQ world because you're not in the same minority typically as your parents. And so you have a whole coming out process where your home is often not a safe place, or you don't know, or maybe it is and maybe it isn't. So many of the children on the streets of LA who are homeless have been kicked out of their home because they're gay or perceived gay. 40% of the young people, I'm not sure that's the right stick, but it's close, will be injured to the point of needing medical attention. Maybe it's 20% in their high school for being gay or being perceived of being gay. So it's hard to come out. So the more you can keep the visibility of us as entrepreneurs and the visibility of the people like Michael, our allies, so that we learn the right way about inclusion. And just last thing, practically, I put a link in there for Aaron if you want to share it, called Raise the Floor. It's about what already works in workplace diversity, and it's a grid that I did with Laura Weidman Powers, who created Code 2040, collecting all the things that leaders can do, you can do in your management teams, you can do in your pipeline, and you can do in your ecosystem to dramatically broaden your inclusivity.
Hey, can I just, very quickly, I know we're almost out of time, but I just want to say this. If you are in a school and you are watching people be abused because of their sexual preferences, and you don't speak up and you don't stand out, you are perpetuating that problem, right? No one should be afraid to express who they are. And that, so if we really want to talk about how we affect change, just try being a decent human being, right? Like, let's just start with the very basics. Be a decent human being who cares about someone else's safety and state of mind. That's a huge step forward.
Speak up and stand up. You two do that regularly, and you inspire the rest of us. I can't thank you enough for joining us today. On behalf of, tech, LGBTQ, and just all interested in innovation. Megan, Michael, thank you very much.
Thank you so much, and good luck for today and always.
All right, thank you everybody for joining us. Eugene, thank you for moderating. Michael and Megan, it was a true honor to have you both. All right, let's move on to our second portion of programming, y'all. Everything's going great. Thank you for submitting your questions on the chat section of Hopin. Remember, if you have any questions or if you're confused about how to use the Hopin platform, you can visit the help desk, which is on the sidebar in Hopin. All right, so we're going to have a quick video from Accenture, which is our title sponsor for this summit, and then we'll move on to our next panel. See you soon.
No matter who we are, there's more and more that brings us together. We have a choice to go back to a world of labels and limits, back to the binary of he and she, back to you versus me. Or we can choose to go the other way, towards something better, towards a future of equality. So let's not go back to the way things were. Let's not go back at all. Let's go forward, further, together.
All right, our next section of programming is a fireside chat question and answer format conversation between two of our friends at Expedia Group. The title of this panel is called Intersectionality Within the LGBTQ+ Community. And we are going to bring up Chris Renix, the Senior Manager of Owner Relations at Expedia Group, and Umang Chaudhry, Vice President of Content at Expedia Group. Thanks for coming today, y'all.
Thanks for having us, Aaron. Really excited to be here, both Umang and myself. I think to kick this off, we assume that a lot of people that are joining this session and the entire day, in this event, kind of understand what intersectionality is. But for the kind of academic definition of it, we really just wanted to lay that out, just to provide some foundation and context for the discussion that Umang and I are going to have. So, intersectionality is a term that was framed about 30 years ago by Professor Kimberly Crenshaw. And it deals with the fact that many of our social justice issues like racism, sexism, homophobia, transphobia often overlap or literally intersect to create multiple levels of discrimination or social injustice within an individual experience. In the context of workplaces, a lot of times this shows up in hiring and or advancement practices that can intentionally or unintentionally kind of disadvantage one person due to their intersectionality of intersection of identities. Additionally, in her TED Talk, which I would recommend everybody kind of check out, Crenshaw really discusses how this plays out legally and how in her example that she uses, she talks about a discrimination lawsuit that a court threw out where a black woman was bringing to against an employer, and the employer was able to show that they hire black men and they hire women, but there weren't kind of black women working at this company, and the case was thrown out, and some of the jargon that was used was being able to bat twice. And so she states, Crenshaw, that intersectionality encompasses not only the impacts of this multi-layered levels of discrimination that a person can experience, but also that a lot of times this leaves many people without legal protection against those forces that are disadvantaging you. So so that's kind of the more kind of academic definition and discussion around the term. In terms of that, and based on that, Umang, I'd love to just chat through how you define your identities, and has whether or not intersectionality has ever affected your experiences.
Sure, absolutely. I'd say yes. It has affected my experiences, Chris, and I see myself as a number of things. Of course, I'm born Indian, and that was my big identity. And when I moved to the US for graduate school, I began to realize that I see myself as an immigrant into another country, and that became part of my identity. And I began to realize, of course, in India, everyone looked very similar to me, spoke similarly to me, had the same skin tone. Here it was different. I was surrounded by people of, mostly white, for example, right? So I began to see that see myself as a person of color in a way that I hadn't seen quite before. Beyond that, of course, I then went back to graduate school after working for some years, got an MBA, and saw that also, interestingly, as a part of my identity. And of course, underlying all of this is my being gay. So I do see, many, many different aspects of my identity. Do they ever intersect? Of course they do. When I went to business school, there were gay people at business school, or LGBT people at business school. There were Indians at business school. Even here at Expedia, where I work, there is a group of us who are MBAs at Expedia, where it's not very common to have an MBA. It's definitely much more of a tech company. And then there are gay people within Expedia as well, or there are people of color within Expedia group as well, right? So I do think that all of these different aspects of me, converge and diverge in different places. And it's fluid as well. I've seen colleagues who, for example, when I moved abroad from Seattle, from the United States for Expedia, I had colleagues, for example, who were born and raised here. It was only when they moved abroad with me, and we both had the immigrant experience of living in another country, this happened to be Switzerland, that they began to realize, oh, here I'm an immigrant, and this is what the immigrant experience is like for other immigrants coming into the United States as well, right? So as life changes, as job changes happen, as changes happen in our personal lives, I think we take on new identities, and we begin to see life through a slightly different lens, if that makes sense, Chris.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that's a great kind of roundup there. And I think it's interesting too. I think for me, some similarities or some overlap, I would say, also kind of being a foreigner here, and being Asian and part of the LGBT community has been, obviously two of the main identities that I have that intersect in very similar ways. But I think one of the things that has actually informed my perspectives a lot has actually been being adopted, and it's given me this really unique perspective on life where we were moving around a lot. My father was in the military, so growing up, kind of every 2 or 3 years, we were picking up and moving. But a lot of times, you kind of look around you, and you were talking a little bit about it in your MBA program, or in different places in the world where you are kind of the only one that looks like you, but then you were able to go home and have people in your household that you're familiar with from a physical standpoint. And I didn't actually have that. So for me, I kind of had to figure out very early that people are different, and that those differences and experiences can come from people that are very close to you, and try to understand that better. And probably didn't always execute perfectly in that sense, kind of going through life, but I think that really informed how I view the concepts in real life that intersectionality kind of talk about. So I think that's kind of how I would identify, or how they've shaped my perspectives.
Sure.
Yeah, absolutely. I think talking about we both are familiar with each other, and we work at Expedia Group, but kind of going back to your early days of the company, Talk a little bit about how intersectionality showed up in discussions, as a person of color, as part of the LGBT community, within the company.
Sure, Chris, happy to. I'll speak of, and just to give context, I've been at Expedia Group for 13 years, which is a long time in a tech ecosystem, just for that context. So there are two instances that come to mind. One is pretty early on when I joined Expedia. I remember going to a recruiting fair, a recruiting conference called Reaching Out MBA, which is a really, really good avenue for MBAs, LGBTQ MBAs looking to get a new job. And there I saw the Human Rights Campaign, the HRC Corporate Equality Index rating, and I saw how people, MBAs, looked at it and said, oh, which companies are the top? Those are the ones I'd love to go work for because I'm going to be completely welcome and be able to be myself over there. I had interned at Expedia and I knew that you could absolutely be yourself. This was a company in Seattle, around the world as well, but headquartered here in Seattle, which was very welcoming, very accepting. But on that rating, we had a pretty poor score in 2007, 2008. And I realized that Expedia, sitting here in Seattle, didn't realize how seriously prospective MBAs from the LGBTQ community took this rating to be. And I had to find out, which lawyer, which HR person within the company actually filled out these surveys and why they were filling them out in an extremely conservative manner. And which is why we ended up looking like we had really poor score, didn't have benefits for LGBTQ employees, didn't have a thriving community, which was not accurate. And so I had to work with them and say, is this really true? Is this really accurate? What about this group here? What about that group there? And because it was a very casually organized group of employees, and the employees also began to get more and more organized in a more, in a more concrete fashion, and it did end up raising our scores to some extent, although to a significant extent, although not to perfection. I then moved abroad, and others, including Chris, helped take it forward to a perfect score, which we've had now for many, many years in a row, even as the Human Rights Campaign has raised the bar on this particular, rating. So that's where I'd say, like, my intersection with being both an MBA as well as being LGBTQ helped bring that about, because the previous LGBTQ folks who'd been at the company didn't have this experience with this recruiting and with what MBAs tended to look at from the East Coast of the time. Another one I'd say, which isn't specifically about LGBTQ, but just when I was in the US, Expedia Group was very progressive, had this really good mat leave, maternity leave, and paternity leave policy. Fathers get 3 months at Expedia. I think it might have increased even since then. But it was pretty generous. And then I went to Switzerland and someone on my team, baby. And I said, oh, good. Then, you're expecting baby. How long are you going to take off? When will you take your time off? And he said, oh, it'll just be when the baby's born. So I was like, oh, you'll be gone for 3 months then. And he said, no, we only get 3 days here. And I said, how's that possible, right? And I think that helps a lot as well, right? Because I had been in the US, and this isn't just me, a number of executives had been in the US and then had moved abroad, and we began realizing that our policies were not worldwide, right? And so we began to make that uniform as well. And that movement of, where you start off at work and then where you end up, or what you discover about benefits here or yourself there, can really inform the benefits that everybody ends up getting and the policies you end up having worldwide. So I think being able to intersect with all of that can really help in big ways.
Yeah, that's interesting, right? Because people start families and want to expand their families, right? Whether they're part of an LGBTQ couple or not, or a straight couple. So the intersection of parental leave and how that affects everyone is a really interesting concept. Especially in the beginning we talked about policies, right? That can put people in a position of privilege and or oppression, and I think that's a really interesting example of how you're thinking about this from a global perspective. So now you're the VP of Content and Localization at Expedia Group, which is fantastic. You're in a leadership role. You have a seat at the decision-making table. Can you talk a little bit more about how, you're pushing the LGBTQ, don't want to say agenda, but the discussion points around the community, as you're sitting at that table with your colleagues that are also leaders? And how do you think about how your identities, through your work in this space, now that you're in a position of leadership, do you approach it differently? Do you have like a different perspective on that? Can you talk a little bit more about that?
Sure. It's a real privilege to be, to have earned my way here. It can be difficult at times. It's not like, there is a whole cohort of LGBTQ senior leaders. Again, it's a very progressive company in a very progressive place, but I don't see that a whole lot. So I sometimes do find myself saying like, wait, when we see something happen in the world. So for example, I'm not going to get into specifics, but a certain country a couple of years ago, introduced a death penalty, newly for, LGBTQ people. And I wondered whether we could, how we'd go about responding to that. But I didn't have a cohort of people, of senior LGBTQ leaders at the time to go to and say like, hey, how should we go approach our CEO about how we handle this? I think the really good thing at those kinds of times, Chris, is even if there weren't a lot of LGBTQ leaders here at the time, there were a lot of other allies. And in fact, the women allies in the senior leadership positions took it up on their own, and they went to the CEO and they said, how are we going to respond to this? And we, then had a much more full conversation and responded to it. So we do find ourselves, and whether you're on a 5-person team where you're the only LGBTQ person there, or on a leadership group where that happens to be the case, look for allies. There are always going to be allies, whether they are other minority groups, women, people of color, just people who are progressive in their mindset. So I'd say that that's one thing to really look out for. And we all do really support each other. I think the reverses also happen sometimes when there's been an issue that's come up for them in a certain meeting that I'm at, and I'm like, wait, have we thought about it from their perspective? Even when they haven't been able to bring themselves to articulate what the issue is. So I think that really helps. What am I doing now? I'd say a couple of things, Chris. Expedia has come a long way in terms of its, and to a really good place, in my opinion, in terms of benefits and policies towards our LGBTQ employees. I do think we need to continue increasing our representation of all minority groups, and this is a common thread throughout technology and the economy in general. So I do try to pull for that whenever that's possible. Increasingly, I'm trying to see, we have so many brands at Expedia Group, and I'm trying to see whether our brands can both, serve a specific underserved traveler segments, whether they're LGBTQ, people of color, female solo travelers, differently abled travelers, etc. Whether we can both serve the community with something specific for them, not just market to them, which is what a lot of companies tend to do, but actually serve them something meaningful, some features, some information that we can build on our sites that end up giving them something. So I'm really trying to move from beyond looking at our employees to what can we do for the other big stakeholder segment we have, the travelers, and maybe make some money in the process as well, obviously, given that that's what we're here to do as an e-commerce company. The other thing I would say is other parts of my identity that definitely affect the overall conversation is just, a couple of years ago, I remember when the visa rules in the US started to change. Tech leaders are very familiar with it because there are a lot of tech workers, who are immigrants and visa holders. But on the business side of things, that doesn't always happen to be the case. And I remember, telling people, I'm like, well, this is what the visa means. And they didn't know. And they said, wait, you can't do this? You can't do that? How many years have you been in this country? And, so I think that can really help as well. Whichever minority group you're a part of, if you happen to find yourself in an organization, on a leadership team where others may not be as familiar, be that voice and say, this is what happens to those of us who are people of color. This is what happens to those of us who are immigrants. So that they can appreciate that perspective. Does that make sense, Chris?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's a really comprehensive answer. And I think you talk a little bit about the consumer side of things and how, you're bringing that into design, in the position that you're in, but also kind of finding allies to, kind of help you, voice concerns for one community or another, when you don't have the bandwidth or like can't do it yourself, right? Or, we're hearing a lot about fatigue, in terms of self-advocation right now, particularly with the current climate that we're in. And, I think having allies and being an ally, right, is super important.
So Chris, tell me about your journey and your work with Expedia on some of these LGBTQ issues in particular.
Sure. Well, actually, a lot of the work that we're doing now, or that I've supported, is based on a lot of the framework and groundwork that you've done. So I want to thank you for that. I think in kind of currently,
well, just to be clear, it wasn't just me. I wish I could say I was that capable. It wasn't just me. It's always a journey. But sorry, go on, Chris.
No, I think that's a good point. I think, I've never stood on the stage of, advocating for this community or any other identity that I have by myself, right? There have always been other colleagues and other people, kind of willing to stand up for, kind of what is right. But I think just a couple of things. I think, we're talking a lot about kind of allyship and finding allies within the company. I think being an ally, I mentioned that earlier, but I think that that's super important in this space. Just in kind of the name LGBTQ, there's obviously multiple identities within the community, and there are certain identities that at times are going to be in a position of more privilege than others. And last year, I think, again, didn't do this by myself. I think a lot of people reached out, but the discussion around the recent Supreme Court ruling around protected classes under Title 7 of the Civil Rights Act of 1964 were coming up in terms of gender identity and sexual orientation, and whether or not they fell under the distinction of sex within that policy were coming up. And we had these really good conversations with HRC. I'm based in Washington, D.C., and their office is literally kind of like around the corner from us. And so they had come and done this really nice presentation about, what it means to be truly out at work, and, how people can be more productive, and how, a company can just perform better by having a more diverse group of people making decisions and doing the work and executing. And they kind of reached out to us later in the summer and said, we're putting together this amicus brief, and we're going out and trying to get technology companies, progressive companies, high-profile companies to sign it. Would you be willing to sign it? And I think that notification went to a lot of different people, and a lot of different people reached out to their leadership teams with at Expedia, and it was kind of scary because I think for part of it, it's like you were saying, we've come a long way, and there's benefits that cover the LGBT community, and it's always been a company that kind of talks about being really good in this space. But for me, it wasn't necessarily about my personal experience at Expedia Group. It was being an ally for people that may not work at Expedia or may not work at a company that has the same kind of set of values, and they wouldn't be protected regardless of what was happening on a gubernatorial level, right? So so that was kind of my motivation there, and it kind of got escalated. I didn't think this was going to happen, but I wrote an email, a bunch of other people did. It kind of got forwarded to our CEO at the time, and ended up signing that, which I think for me was kind of my proudest day at the company. I've been here for almost 10 years, so I'm almost double digits as well. But for me personally, that was one of the proudest moments I have working here, because it just really told me that in this particular example, there's no inherent financial benefit, right, to signing that, right? Yes, you can go out and say we signed this, like we're supportive of these communities or what have you, but the intersection of multiple identities within the LGBT community not being protected, is standing up against that is kind of just the right thing to do, and that was an indication to me that we were willing to do that as an organization. So that's kind of my journey with this.
That is a huge deal, Chris. I think it was, for me, I wasn't involved at all in that effort, but it made me very proud to see Expedia sign up for that brief. and not just that, but other
Exactly.
briefs as well,
Absolutely.
which we've fought on
Yeah.
behalf of immigrant bans, etc. Expedia Group is a very progressive place to be, and but again, it is only because we employees like Chris rally to make that happen at times. Chris, tell me, let's switch gears a little bit back to the topic of intersectionality, right? So tell me why you think it's important. I know you're really personally passionate about it. So tell me why you think it's important. Do you think we address it at Expedia Group? And if so, how are we beginning to do it?
Yeah, I think it's a loaded question, right? Because I think based on, what it is today in today's world, what it's been defined as, it's a huge undertaking for any organization to take on. I think some of the examples that you brought up, right, like the benefits that need to be addressed to make sure that kind of all identities are covered in kind of their lived experiences from a health perspective are really important. I think it is. I think sometimes it's daunting, right? Because the concept is, okay, we need to address all of these identities that, have been neglected in the past or haven't been properly addressed or properly acknowledged or seen in organizations. And that's kind of a big undertaking. And, you start talking about resources and capital and, those type of things. I think it's important, though, because in my mind, what we're asking for when we ask for companies to address things like this is, we're asking for you to, keep building on the table, right? And add chairs to the table. No one's getting their chair taken away. And I think that that's something that is oftentimes missed when people start talking about, okay, how do we address, different identities and, how they intersect and things like that Dr. Crenshaw is talking about. In terms of how we're addressing it, I think a big step for us as a company has been investment in a true inclusion and diversity team and making it a focus of the main focus of individuals on that team. I think that's a huge step in the right direction because it then can start to be a comprehensive discussion about some of the things that you're talking about, right? Like about parental leave, about trans health coverage, about supporting charitable, getting out into the community and supporting charitable organizations or activism like Black Lives Matter right now or all the time. So I think it's important because it allows you to then go and invest as a company or as an investor, invest in companies that are taking a comprehensive approach to really kind of an equitable lived experience, whether it's at work or outside of work as a company. So I think for me, that's kind of why I see it as important. And it's wonderful that we're at a crossroads now where we're really starting to have more conversations, not just at Expedia Group, but just in general in society, right? About what systemically is right and wrong. How do we go about fixing that? Not just having the right people in place, but putting the right policies in place that really allow for that. So for me, I think that it's hugely important. That's kind of why, and that's how companies can address it. So we have talked a lot about Expedia Group, and we are a travel company. So that happens to, we always say that we're a technology company that happens to work in travel. So want to talk a little bit about your personal experiences. You've talked a little bit about moving back and forth. I've also moved around a lot, but kind of living and working abroad, as a member of the LGBT community, as a person of color. What kind of considerations do you take in? How do you think about that as you're navigating, the physical and mental geography of that?
Yeah, I mean, I'd say that, a couple of things, right? I mean, I grew up in India. I grew up in a relatively small city in India in the 80s and 90s. So I'm by nature a generally cautious person. And definitely coming out, being gay, I tend to approach everything with caution. I think also growing up in the 90s and early 2000s, even within the US, which is definitely more progressive socially than India is, stories of Matthew Shepard, etc.
Yeah.
Definitely registered with me, right? So I remember for the first time when I was told, like, oh, go abroad on this particular assignment with the previous job I had to a small rural province in Italy. I do, you do wonder, like, is this going to be safe for me? Is this going to be fine? It's not like you're going to go and, hand in hand with your partner and make out with a date in the middle of the hotel lobby there, but you still wonder, just the way I talk, the way I walk, am I going to feel comfortable there? And it was, of course, it was completely comfortable. It was fine. I think I was looked at more because I didn't look like other, Caucasian Italians, rather than I think that was a novelty factor. It wasn't the fact that I happened to be a gay person, which never seemed to come up there. But when I had to move abroad, I moved to Geneva in Switzerland. The first time I heard that, oh, your new job is going to be in Geneva in Switzerland, it sounds amazing. But on the other hand, I was like, wait, isn't Switzerland slightly a little bit more on the conservative side among European countries? What's Geneva going to be like? Is it a little bit more buttoned up? Of course, I got a chance to visit there before I got to move there, and I realized how many benefits would come from being in that part of the world. So I'd say it's completely natural to be, like, is this going to be safe for me to travel to move to, etc. And within the US too, there are small towns where your work might take you to, but even other large cities. If you were going to Mumbai tomorrow, or Johannesburg, which neighborhood is going to feel safe in? Am I going to end up in a place where it feels completely toxically masculine? I don't know if toxically is the word, but is this going to ooze of toxic masculinity and going to make me feel very uncomfortable there as a gay man or not? So I think we do have these questions that I do think travel companies like Expedia or others could help provide an answer to make you feel safer and more comfortable.
Got it.
What do you have to say about this, Chris? Even if it's not about traveling abroad, even if it's just about being here, what are your thoughts on how safe and vulnerable one feels at times?
Yeah, I think this is an interesting question. And I do just want to let the audience know that if any of the viewers have any questions, please put them in the chat and we'll start to answer them in kind of the second half of this discussion. Listen, I think that if we're taking a lens of intersectionality and my own personal experiences, I think living abroad, kind of being part of the LGBT community does give you pause, right? When you're looking at like to your point, right? Looking at neighborhoods to live in, or if you aren't, in double digits with your company, particularly in the tech industry, and you don't necessarily know if you're going to get consistent treatment in different parts of the world. I think those are all concerns that weigh on you as you're making decisions of, do you want to move here? Do you want to visit here? I think recently, obviously, not to sweep it under the rug at all, we're in this kind of crazy time as part of a global pandemic, and you're hearing a lot of rhetoric about Eastern Asian folks and coronavirus, and that's been really interesting. I've probably gotten more microaggressions about it, but I think particularly not so much now, but more particularly when it was just kind of starting in the US back in March or February or so, where things are really picking up steam. And, it just adds, right? It's literally like another layer or concern that you have to think about, like going to the grocery store. Like, am I just gonna encounter this and then also, encounter discrimination for being LGBTQ, part of the community, right? And, I live in Washington, D.C., which is considered quite a liberal bubble. So like day to day, I don't worry about those things, but, it does give you pause when, microaggressions start happening. And then, in the news and in the Twitter universe and things like that, you're, seeing some of that very unhealthy rhetoric. So I think the other thing that's interesting about our organization and particularly living abroad, and I'm sure you felt the same way too. But I, I was born in South Korea and adopted. So I grew up in an American household my whole life. And, doing business here from a cultural standpoint and things like that. There are nuances in certain places, but I think in general, if you're, of the United States, doing business in, various parts of the country, you can basically kind of have the same approach. I moved to London a few years ago, and very rude awakening just on the verbiage that I was using. There were people that I was working with that were from Sweden and from Israel and from many different places, Germany, throughout the continent, and yeah, it was really tough. Like, I had to kind of change the way that I talked. I had to change or adapt, I should say, my approach to things. There are certain business cultures that were super upfront and like kind of in your face and like wanted answers right away. There were some that, had a very different approach to the relationship building. And so the pace wasn't the same. And so where I was having these, urgent conversations on my side, the other side of the table, they were kind of saying like, wait, like, why are we moving so fast? Like, why can't we just like, get to know each other more? So I think that that's also come into play in terms of like living abroad and, things you have to think about, not just for myself, but for other people on the other side of the table, right? And their intersections of where they're privileged and where they could be oppressed as well. In doing business. So that's been a really interesting and eye-opening experience. And it kind of harkens back to, my experience as someone that's adopted, right? And, understanding that people are going to be different and how do you kind of work with those people in a corporate environment. I don't know if I had that experience myself that I would have recognized that. And by all means, like, it took me a really long time to adjust to it. So I'm not saying that I'm an angel by any means, but I think that that's been something that's been really formative for me in recent times. Okay, so in terms of how do people, the how, right? Like at Speaker Group, we talk a lot about the how and action items and things like that. I want to talk to you a little bit about shifting perspectives, right? So how do we, within an organization, because you've been doing this for a really long time, and before a lot of these movements that we're now talking about and now a part of, as a more kind of, cohesive society, are coming into play. So, how do you get companies and leadership or investors or, tech firms or partners to create a lens to account for intersectionality, and how do you consider that when you're talking about that within Expedia Group or just in general?
Yeah, I mean, I'd say representation is critical, right? Let's begin with the LGBTQ community itself, right? Perhaps because the West is more progressive, and within the West, maybe the immigrant community is slightly less progressive socially than maybe the Caucasian community is. So the LGBTQ community at large is represented, or at least was, the little odd representation that came about in media and other places was very Caucasian in nature, right? But of course, we know that the LGBTQ community comes in every color, shape, size, profession. It's not just certain professions that we work in. We do everything everywhere. Right. I do think that, and again, some of it is natural, right? Caucasian people sometimes pave the path for us, and now the other groups are finding it, finding their own voices to be themselves. And so I think it's really important that whatever the leadership team is, right, whether it's even within the LGBTQ employee resource group that your company has, I think it's important to make sure that represents people's other identities. If the whole leadership team there is Caucasian, of the employee LGBTQ group, when the company isn't, for example, that may be an issue, right? And it just goes up from there. I'd say the same thing happens on the leadership team. And you do realize that when you say, oh, let's design a feature or two or a product for the LGBTQ community, it's one person within the organization saying it, but leadership doesn't get it because they're not close. They don't have peers who are LGBTQ, either in their leadership team or other peer teams they know. Or when you say, let's design something, and you say, wait, we don't have a designer who is LGBTQ or Black or, differently able for that matter, right? Then it becomes really, really hard to design a product, to market to, to represent that community in whatever work you're doing, whether it's internally focused, externally focused, dealing with suppliers. It'll come across as inauthentic, as a fake and lame attempt, right? So I'd say at every level, within every role, within every group, you've got to try to make sure that that there's heterogeneity in your representation. So that's super important. The other thing I would have said basically here, I'm just going to quickly look at my notes, would have been around giving people space, right? I think I've had to learn this with some patients as well. Not everyone wants to be out there. Not everyone wants to be the advocate. Some people are just tired.
Right.
Some people are more private, right? And I think you absolutely have to give themselves the space and the time, or different phases in your life, right? Depending on what's going on with you. So I'd say that's pretty important. Chris, what do you think? What are your thoughts in this space?
Oh my gosh. How much time do we have? No. I think that one thing that has been really important for me, and I'm just going to speak from my own personal experience, was I think that for me, I've always been passionate about equality, equity, civil human rights, essentially. And again, I think, kind of growing up the way that I did around the people that, I'm blessed to know, for me, I think that that's, been formative, but I wasn't informed enough. And I think that it's kind of this whole, our head of inclusion, global head of inclusion, Lauren von Stockelberg, wrote a letter to the travel industry. And one of the things that she asks people in the space to do is, really kind of have expertise over just passion. I think passion is a great foundation for the why of getting involved and being a part of these discussions like we're having today. But I'm still on a journey of becoming more of an expert or more of a more well-read, I think is probably the right way of talking about it in terms of, operating in a more inclusive environment. And so, if I was to tell people that were watching this, how do you address intersectionality? I think the first thing is enabling yourself to even have that conversation by going and, listening to Professor Kimberly Crenshaw's TED Talk or watching it on YouTube, reading, chapters on intersectionality in, books like So You Want to Talk About Race or How to Be an Anti-Racist and things like that. I think that that's super critical in kind of setting yourself up to success to have these discussions, whether it's, in your personal life, within your organization, trying to get, trans benefits for people to, for all employees to be considered and those type of things. So I think being informed and staying informed and staying up to speed on that is crucial. The other thing that I would say is, listen, if you're going to, commit to addressing intersectionality, I think for me and for what I've experienced, it needs to be a multi-pronged approach, right? There has to be some sort of realization on your journey and your organization's journey or your capitalist journey on there are going to be some identities within this community and within others that are going to sit, at intersections where some of those identities are going to be more privileged than others. And so how do you, and when I think of that within the LGBTQ plus community, I think of Black trans women and the acts of violence carried out amongst them, which are way more out of proportion than other identities. But there's not going to be like this one size fits all, like this is how this organization solves for LGBTQ plus benefits and rights, at company X, right? So I mentioned it earlier, but I think everyone kind of needs to have a seat at the table. The table can continue to expand. There's not really like a one size fits all solution. I think if you have that lens, as you're addressing intersectionality within your company or, how you address it in your life, I think that's a good way to go. And those two things kind of work really well together.
So we have a question asking whether we do find ourselves explaining intersectionality to others who aren't as educated. Does it get exhausting? Uh, and how do we self-identify, and be ourselves while also continuing to work? So, Chris, I'll take a stab, while you give it some thought, and then, happy for you to chime in as well. So yes, I do think you have to. For me, I have never approached things particularly academically. So it really comes about at the spur of the moment, right? Uh, I'm not naturally a very introspective person, and so it's only when I find myself in a in a safe space that I can be vulnerable, right? And I can talk a little bit about it. So very recently, in the last 2-3 months, I found myself in conversations with colleagues, but even with friends who sometimes struggle to understand why people felt racism, right? Or these are friends of mine who might be part of the LGBTQ community, might be women, for example. So they're all part of minorities. But again, I think each of us is a sum of parts where we've received some privileges because of who we are. Certainly, I'm privileged because I grew up as a man, right?
Absolutely, yeah.
And then there are some other parts where you find yourself challenged. Growing up in India, I was reasonably privileged when I came here as an immigrant, as a person of color, earning $800 a month for the first 2 years as a graduate student. I found myself poor in a totally different world, right? So each of us has privileges, but then also faces challenges. And I think it's really our responsibility, if you feel passionate at that time when that discussion comes up, to be like, I don't know whether you get it, but because I see it this way and because of these experiences I've had, which again may not be the same as the experiences everyone else has, I think I can see where they come from. And I realize that even though, for example, I speak a lot about my experiences coming out and what growing up gay was like, etc., I don't think I speak enough with my friends about whether I've experienced racism. The answer is yes, I have. And it was a bit eye-opening for them to see what sharp experiences of racism I had seen, which again, I can't even begin to imagine what it's like for someone who's, of a different color, who's differently educated, different socioeconomic background, etc. But I do think, if it comes to it, if the moment presents itself and if you feel compelled to answer, you should. If you don't have the energy to, then you absolutely should not. But I'd love to inspire people just as others have inspired me to be able to explain things. Chris, your thoughts, and there are some other questions coming in here as well. How do you keep yourself from feeling burnt out or defeated in the conversation? So how does that happen, Chris?
I don't know if there's a special sauce. I don't know if you do. I think that's part of, I mentioned a little earlier, like being committed to having these discussions. I listen. I think that's a reality that needs to be addressed as well. Like it is exhausting to continually talk about these things, and there's a lot of Umang and I have shared a lot of kind of our personal experiences, and you always kind of have to bring those in to give people a frame of reference, right? Because I think some of these ideas are very like big and lofty, and then to kind of break them down, how do you do that and make it relatable? And that's where I think it gets to be exhausting because you're giving a lot of yourself, in those discussions. So, I don't necessarily think that you can prevent it, but I think, everybody kind of knows themselves. And I would say that, when you're feeling tired or when you're feeling that these conversations aren't moving people forward or productive in a way, to me, that's when okay, it's time for me to take a step back and kind of have some self-care and whatever kind of form that is for you as an individual, and make space for yourself to mentally recover and go back into those conversations and have them anew. And I think it's important, part of this too is how you're setting culture at a company, right? Like we're still working on the civic speaking group, but like Umang and I know that like if we're being pulled in many different directions to have many different conversations, and neither of us are actually on the inclusion and diversity team at the group, we have other kind of commercially facing jobs. We know that we can actually say, we need to take a step back and not talk about this for a while because I am getting burnt out. So some of this does come back to company culture and addressing intersectionality. and kind of making space, as Umang said earlier, for people that don't want to constantly be having this discussion, or like really mentally don't have the capacity to, and that being okay, and then having somebody else step in. The beauty of this, I think, is that as you kind of have these discussions with people, you're hopefully inspiring and empowering other people to go out and have these discussions as well. So there is kind of this like domino effect, I would hope, where as you're having a conversation with 2 or 3 people, they're going out and having conversation with 2 or 3 people. And so you're not having to be the only face of intersectionality or inclusion or LGBTQ plus considerations within your organization. So that's kind of how I see it. Were there any other questions, or did we get them all?
No, I think we've answered, I think we've answered many of them, Chris, and I agree, right? Hopefully you are in a place, I think it might be a little harder for those of you in small startups, running your own companies, founding your own companies, but it's super critical, especially as founders and especially as leaders, whether it's a 5-person team, a 25-person company, or in the future, 10,000-person company. It is super important. I think there's a special responsibility upon leaders, in my very biased view, to really stand out there and, again, to the extent that you're comfortable putting yourself out there. But you do have to be a little vulnerable. You do have to find yourself in a safe space. You do have to recharge yourself from time to time, whether that means taking a break, whether it means handing it off to others in your community, saying like, hey, I can't do this panel at this point in time. I'm just exhausted. I'm not in that mental space, but perhaps you can. And of course, turning to family and friends and others within the community or outside as well, that can help a ton as well. But certainly, I think for Chris and me, I'm speaking for you as well, Chris.
Go ahead.
Full-time jobs, we have a full-time job that's completely different. Sometimes there's some intersection, but what I do day to day isn't diversity or LGBTQ focused. And so I think that helps me recharge and come back into the space. I do have colleagues and friends who have over time just become so passionate about this space that they have made this their full-time calling, their full-time job. I don't think I'd be very good at it, so I stick to where I can help here. But yeah, I mean, as I think as I close up, I just encourage you all to remember to keep in mind that the LGBTQ community comes in various shapes, sizes, forms, professions, levels, ages, all of it. Be as inclusive as you can as you think about us, and as you advocate for us as well. Chris, over to you, sir.
Yeah, I think you, as you usually do, wrapped it up very well. I would say I know that there are a variety of different people in different capacities within the tech industry that can either be part of the LGBT community or not on this call. I think we heard in the last panel that change doesn't happen overnight, and people don't just wake up and have a different mindset. So constantly kind of reinforcing, going and educating and reinforcing, these ideas of intersectionality within your organizations, within your industry colleagues are key. Particularly for investors here. I work with a lot of financial institutions that invest in hotels, and they have a lot of power, within the industry. And, I would just encourage those folks to really take a critical eye when they're looking at organizations that they're going in and thinking about investing in. Do these values kind of come through, right? Yes, you can make a lot more money if you run an inclusive business and you address folks that have a variety of different backgrounds and identities. Creating that just makes your potential piece of the pie bigger. But at the same time, right, like it's also inherently the right thing to do. And so, I would just encourage that critical eye as you're looking at potential investments. But with that, I think we're like right at time. So Umang, thanks so much for sharing your experiences with us, and to Aaron and the team at the entire team, just for having us today.
Likewise, Chris, thank you, and thank you for giving us the opportunity, and for letting us talk about Expedia Group over here.
Chris and Umang, thanks for joining us. Can we see your Pride t-shirts real quick? They look great.
Oh yeah, when did these come out? Like a couple years ago? Last year?
3, 4, 5, I think 3, 4 years ago, Chris, but slightly different colors, but very much the same theme. Absolutely. Travel with pride, live with pride, I say.
Wow. I like that a lot. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm also here for the rainbow t-shirts. Great. That was such an interesting conversation. Thank you everybody for your comments on Hop-In. We love having all of the engagement happening. It's going really great on my end. I hope hopefully on your end too. Next, we have a panel from Accenture, which is our title sponsor for this summit. And we have a bunch of super fun and interesting panelists that are going to be joining us. I am excited for you to meet all of them. They're going to come up in just a second, but I'd like to introduce our moderator, Brian LaFrance, and he is from Accenture. And I'll have him say a little bit about himself, and then we'll bring the rest of the panel on. Hey, Brian, how are you doing?
Hey, great, Aaron. I wish I had a rainbow t-shirt, but honestly, I'm on PTO and I packed tank tops. So this is what you get. I dressed up for y'all.
Appreciate it.
I'm so excited to be here. Even though I'm on PTO and I'm visiting my parents in Colorado, this is the one thing that I'm doing this week having to do with work. And I couldn't be more excited to talk about redefining the LGBTQ experience in the workforce. And I think what you'll find today is there isn't one experience across people. It's truly personal. And our panelists are going to bring this alive with their stories and their insight. And we're going to have a lot of interaction with all of you, hearing the questions that you want to ask as we get into that. And I'm going to just kick it off with a story about how things have changed and the pace of change. When I started my career 15 years ago, I actually worked on Wall Street. And at that time, you couldn't even find gay people if you wanted to. Everything was so closeted and everything was so hush-hush. And it was a burden. Like, you kept that inside. You masked the pronouns in your weekend stories. You kept in just an air of mystery around you because you couldn't bring that authentic person to work. And I think it took its toll. But now, fast forward 15 years, and there's no hiding. People are out, people are proud, they're visible. I even call it a rainbow mafia there, because those people are so present and so vocal and so in control that they've actually harnessed this as a rallying call to find people like them, to fight for the things that matter for themselves and for others. And it's been a transition in 15 years. And while that feels like a really long time, I think even if we look 2 and 5 years back, we're going to see an extreme amount of change. And I mentioned this is personal. And as you can see, we've got Trisha, we've got Leslie and Chris here, and we're all going to be telling some of our stories today, because if you work at a big company or a small one, public or private, if you are a he or a she, if you're cis or trans, gay, bisexual, lesbian, however you identify, it's a very personal experience, and it's how you experience that world. And through all of that, I think that there are some tenets that we can grab hold of to make sure that we continue to move in the right direction. But for a lot of people who are watching and participating today, it's also really important to recognize in Texas, in the industries we're working in, the businesses we're working in, that we're working hard to even get where we are. And while we are by no means satisfied, we've come a long way. So with that, I'm going to pass it around the panel. Everyone's going to introduce who they are and what they do, and share a tidbit about themselves before we get into some of the questions from you and the questions we have prepared. I recommend that all of you shoot your questions in. We did leave substantial amount of time for questions, and we want to get to all of them. So keep those coming in throughout the conversation. And now I'll pass it. Trisha, do you want to start with an introduction?
Sure, no worries. So my name's Trisha Beisel. I use she, her, hers pronouns, and I work at a little company called ExxonMobil. I guess it is getting littler as COVID goes on. But 32 years, my day job, I like to say, is in SAP in the IT world. And then my gay job, I am the president of the Pride chapter in Houston, Texas for ExxonMobil. So that's our LGBTQ employee resource group. So that's what I do. Again, it is very personal. I like to say that our group coined the phrase at Exxon anyways, to bring your whole self to work. And with the George Floyd murder and all the rest of our employee resource groups, there's 9 of them at Exxon. I think people are finally starting to understand intersectionality and how we can help each other out and what we can do to move this cause forward. Because when one person benefits, we all benefit. So I'll leave it at
Trisha,
that.
I love that. Your day job and your gay job.
Yeah.
I have the same day job and gay job.
And I have a night gay job too, working. I do work with Houston, the Human Rights Campaign in Houston. So that's my other gay job.
Well, we're all very busy. Thank you for making the time to join us today. Leslie, do you want to introduce yourself?
Sure. I'm Leslie McMurray, and my job is pretty much gay all the time. I work for a nonprofit called Resource Center in Dallas, and we've been around for 37 years serving the LGBTQ community. It started out as a little group called the Foundation for Human Understanding back in the early 80s. And when the HIV and AIDS epidemic hit, we kind of shifted from being a social organization to one that's helping people that were dying of this disease that they didn't know what it was or what caused it or anything. And so we've kind of added services as we've gone along through the years, the food pantry, hot meals program, case management, insurance assistance. We have a youth program. So it's pretty robust in the services there. I'm the transgender education and advocacy coordinator for Resource Center. I'm a transgender woman. I spent the 30 years leading up to my time at Resource Center working in the radio and TV business, mostly for Fortune 500 companies. When I transitioned, that all ended, came to a screeching halt. So when we talk about transgender people in the workplace, there's so few of us in the workplace that I think, job number one is to get us in the door and get the interviews done. And that Supreme Court decision on June 15th hopefully will help a little bit on that. And to expand on the comment that Trisha made about bringing your whole self to work, for so many of us for so long, we just have to try and be like other people, which means we fit in. If you can bring your whole self to work, you belong. And there's a huge difference between fitting in and belonging. And if you can create the type of workplace where people feel like they belong, you win.
Yeah, absolutely. And Leslie, you mentioned that your opportunities as they were ended when you transitioned, but also there's this whole new thing to be thinking about to both prevent that happening, but also to provide opportunities for people who have made that transition.
Yeah, there's so many other things that people don't think about, and I don't want to go on, but I'll bring up, when I lost my job, one of the things you lose is your health insurance. Well, that was before the Affordable Care Act. And so when I would try and get private insurance, I would just get a letter back from the insurance company saying, we consider being transgender to be a pre-existing condition, therefore we're not able to offer you insurance. And that's not for transition-related expenses. That's for anything, for like if you get sick with pneumonia or you break your arm or anything like that. I just couldn't get health insurance. So that was a real wake-up call that before, as a white male that was gainfully employed and making good money, there was not a door in the world that's closed to somebody like that. But suddenly I'm the same person and I can't get health care, can't get health insurance. I have no employment protection, can be kicked out of my house for who I am, can't get into a homeless shelter, even if I was on the street. So there's a lot of things that we need to fix, because I face this cascade of discrimination and we're still fighting that battle to a large degree. But it was quite an education.
Yeah. And when we bring our authentic selves to work, or our whole selves, whatever you want to say, we're bringing the baggage from those experiences. We're bringing the struggle, whether it's with housing or healthcare or anything else. And so we have to embrace all of that in order to be truly authentic, to say, yeah, like we get it. We understand what you're going through. That healthcare story is so powerful. So thank you for sharing. And yeah, it's just great to hear that. Chris, will you please introduce yourself?
Hi, y'all. My name's Chris, and I've been an entrepreneur my whole life. I started off as a very successful Girl Scout cookie salesperson. And then, in high school, I realized that everyone that played on a sports team probably wanted their number as a sticker on their car. So I made a bunch of vinyl cut number stickers and sold those. And then when I was 17, I got my first real retail sales job, and it was in a store that sold more explicit stuff. So I had to wait till I was 17. It was a boutique called Metro Park. And I just fully had to pretend to be straight to make my sales. I needed to be someone that women could be comfortable with in a fitting room. And I needed to be someone that men wanted to talk to, But it was so successful to the tune of, almost $2 million as a 17-year-old. And then, before I was 19, I had done $6 million in sales for just retail companies. At 19, I got kidney failure and had to move to where my parents lived, which was in Utah. I had been going to the University of Houston in Texas. And when I moved to Utah, I encountered a whole new thing, which was that Mormon culture pretty much runs the whole state. And the Mormon culture is not very interested in anyone that's an other. And for most of my life, I've been queer, I have been fat, I have been loud and bright and different. And I have often just had to figure out how to make myself more palatable for people to get further along, or partner myself with someone who was a big white man, or, someone that comes with credibility as is, right? As an other in our country, we have to do so much emotional labor just to get through the day. It's exhausting. So in Utah, I did my first business accelerator, and I started volunteering at an out youth shelter, and just saw what was happening for these kids, that they just needed someone like normal to talk to, someone that wasn't making their life, telling them that their life was unacceptable, pretty much. So in Utah, I had the pleasure of working for lots of companies, Zumiez, Nordstrom, the North Face, and most notably Lululemon. And then when I moved back to Texas because I wanted to do my own business. And in Mormon country, I knew that I wasn't going to be able to get funding. I wasn't going to be able to get partners. And I had already worked with a business there where I had fulfilled my end of the contract. And then they stiffed me on payment because they could, because I'm not in their community. Who's going to help me? So I got back to Texas, did 4 more accelerators. I won $100K in Mass Challenge last year. And I was looking for opportunities to give back to my community because I love LGBTQ youth, and volunteered to speak about entrepreneurship to a group here at Out Youth, and met a couple other entrepreneurs that had volunteered to speak. And then we, had such a good time talking, had such a good conversation with the kids. We realized we should probably start a podcast. So we started Queer for It, which is where we talk to youth about entrepreneurship. We talk to them just about what it's like. Everyone that comes on does a coming out story, and we just share experiences that's relevant to us, because I haven't been able to find a place that I can find experiences that are relevant to me. So that, yeah. And I do Men's Gold Box, which is a big and tall men's subscription clothing, because they're fully an other group. They're a huge other group that's a growing market segment that nobody wants to pay attention to. And then out of this pandemic, my customers now mostly thinking about how he's going to eat, how he's going to pay rent. So we have a lot of IP at Men's Gold Box, lots of retail solutions. So we created now an ADA solution to help give real user experience on websites to visually impaired folks, because there's tons of like tiny market segments. The visually impaired market's a $500 billion market. It's the same size as what is spent in the African American market and what is spent in the Latino market. But just people don't want to look at these niches, you know? So I'm just out here trying to tell folks that, you know, queer people have a lot to add to your company in the way of culture, in the way of different thinking, and that innovation is valuable. That's the only way we get through the future. So,
absolutely, and there are so many of those other groups that you're talking about, and it's tough to be felt like you're excluded because of that otherness, as opposed to being recognized as a source of different thinking, different upbringing, a new way to work. And I think that this is actually one of the points that the Getting to Equal research really brought out. And that if you haven't found this already, we'll make sure that the folks send out the link to this, but it's about what the benefits are of creating this inclusive environment. And it finds that only about 40% of people with LGBTQ folks feel like they are truly authentic and bring that whole other side to the office. And as a result of that, they're struggling with the different politics or the self-doubt, and they're not able to express and emote and offer the benefits of this different way of thinking. And so I absolutely hear everything that you said, and thank you for sharing that. By way of background, I think I was introduced as coming from Accenture. Accenture has 500,000 people working for us across the globe. We have LGBTQ programs throughout the world, even where it's unpopular, and even where in places where it's illegal to express like that, we find ways to support those folks as best we can. Accenture is a professional services company. We work in consulting, in strategy, in technology, in business operations, and we touch companies big and small. And so tapping into that diversity and bringing people from those diverse backgrounds is truly important for us. And we harness it, we celebrate it, and there are programs for all of those quote unquote other groups, so that people have a place to have those conversations. And even beyond this, we invest in research to figure out what these impacts are. And I personally hate being the subject of a business case. I don't like people telling me that it's like, oh, well, it's the right financial thing to do to support the gays. I'm like, no, you support me because like I'm a person, I deserve that respect. And if you want to look at the research about what you get back from me when you support me, that's great. And that's how I try to reframe the issue, because like I don't like feeling like that. And I don't know if others feel a similar sense of cringe when they hear about like the business of equality. Anyone have any comments on that?
We had probably one of the funniest diversity meetings that I've ever seen in my life. It was when I was working for one of the major broadcast groups. So they called the department heads up for a mandatory meeting on diversity. And it was around this big giant granite conference table, and the CEO in New York was on a big video screen. And as I looked at the guy in the video screen, he was a white guy in a blue suit, and I'm looking around the table, and it's like 12 white guys in blue suits, and they're all talking about diversity. And I'm thinking they should be talking about irony, because they got a real problem with diversity in the company because they don't have any female leadership. They didn't have any queer leadership. So they were deficient in so many areas. At least they were maybe aware of the problem a little bit, but it was just kind of, to me, a little amusing that they lacked so much of it. And to kind of put that into real life terms, if you think about like for a consulting company or anyone else, if you're trying to solve a problem and you have 10 people sitting around the table, that all are similar race, similar age, similar sex, similar background, similar religion, similar experiences, you're going to get similar answers. But if you have a diverse population sitting around that table that have come from different places, you're going to get a whole bunch of different answers and probably better answers to that particular problem. So diversity really does pay off in real dollars. It's not just something that you have to do to meet the numbers.
Diversity is the only place where real innovation comes from. You have to put other people's minds, different people's minds on stuff. Like you said, a table with 12 people with the exact same brain, you're going to, no matter how hard you shake that 8-ball, you're going to get the same sentence every time, right? So, yeah.
Yeah, it's frustrating to me to have to prove your case as to why you should be acknowledged for your differences. And if, to me, it's almost like if you have to ask that question, or if we have to prove ourselves that that's the reason why you're going to do something, then you still don't actually get why you need to do it. And there's still work to be done to explain that you're not just doing it for a bottom dollar, you're doing it because it's the right thing to do as well.
So, Tricia, I'm interested to hear from you specifically on what you've seen, because you've worked at ExxonMobil for 32 years. I've worked in oil and gas as well, and I know that it has come a long way, but it has not always been the most accepting. Have you seen noticeable change in the, like, maybe I'll just leave it at that. What noticeable change have you seen, and over what time period, just to give people some context for that?
Right. Well, my kids are probably older than Chris, so I've been at Exxon for a little while. So yes, things have definitely changed. They have definitely improved. I feel like there's still so much more room for growth, and not even just in the LGBTQ space, but in just the difference space and what people need to do in that area. But I mean, I started at a time where, yes, people did have computers on their desks, so I did start at that point in time. But everybody had an office with a door. You could smoke. You could go out and have a drink at lunch. I mean, all these things that just don't occur anymore. And then, as you had said in the introduction, Brian, it was a place where you were not out. You didn't tell anybody what was going on. I actually didn't come out until I had my first kid, because I just kind of realized I can't be true to my children if I'm not true to myself and in what I do every day, all the time. So I started to then do that. I got some responses of, "Oh, that's okay." And I think part of that is just because people just didn't know what to say, how to respond.
Yeah, they didn't have the language.
Correct. Yeah. So we're still working a bit on language. I mean, honestly, I know it's the worst thing possible that happened with George Floyd getting murdered, but there's been so much conversation since that has occurred at my company, and people really wanting to do something, people banding together. I think it is a huge wake-up call. And I'm glad that it's created all these conversations and allowed people to be in a space where they don't really know what to say, but we're giving them that space to do it so we can help educate them. And as long as you're trying to learn and you're doing it from the right, with the right heart and intention, then that's all okay to do. So,
Yep.
I mean, we've been helped by the government in the sense, because working for a large corporation, we of course follow the laws. So it helped tremendously when Obama passed executive order that said if you wanted to do business with federal contractors, you had to have sexual orientation, gender identity, and your non-discrimination clauses. So we benefited from things like that. And I mean, but 28 years into my 32-year career, my significant other was not even acknowledged or recognized. I mean, you have to understand, I'm Heritage Exxon. So for anyone that didn't know, back in 2000, Exxon and Mobil merged. And at the time, Mobil had domestic partner benefits. And there was a slim hope by our community that Exxon would adopt that as part of the new company. And they did not. They grandfathered the people that were already signed up from Mobil. And that is how Exxon is the only company to have scored a negative score on the Human Rights Campaign Corporate Equality Index. So that's not something I'm necessarily very proud of, but we have made significant strides.
There's still room to go here in this specific area.
Well, understand, we went from a negative 25 to a positive 85. We are at a positive 85 today. And a part of the reason why we score out of 85 is because we're still a little bit behind on transgender guidelines and things like that. But lots of progress, lots of good conversation. Oh, sorry, Leslie?
I said I'd be happy to help with that.
Yes, yes. Oh, yes. We do
So
have some
Tricia,
guidelines,
quick
just not
question. When you look at new joiners, like when you look at people who are fresh to Exxon, first job, who are LGBTQ, like are people more out and open now in your company?
100%, 100%. And if it hadn't been, I believe, for the employee resource groups, including especially the Pride one, that has been doing the education over the years to explain what does it mean to bring your whole self and what are the benefits of doing all that. We actually recruit at RAMBA, which is the MBA for out LGBT folks. We also recruit at OSTEM, which is for STEM degrees. You know, we do supplier diversity in the LGBTQ space. So there have been a lot of initiatives that have happened within the company that have made it so that people will come in. It's not as, I will say there's not as many, doesn't feel as friendly for trans folks, I still would say at this time, because I think there is still some hiding, if you will. So we are still needing to work on the culture to make it so that everybody can feel that way. But it is improved significantly. People's understanding, I think, has improved significantly.
Yeah, thank you for sharing that. I want to jump to Chris, because I think just hearing your experiences, they stand in contrast to this in many ways. You were at multiple different types of companies, more startup companies, both in Utah and in Texas. So when you think about in your professional workspace, what redefining the LGBTQ experience could mean, what sorts of things pop into your mind for this?
I mean, for me, it's 100% about inclusivity. And 2016 was a rough year for me. Somehow I ended up jobless, carless, homeless. And I walked into a Lululemon and was looking for, I'm someone who's always related to my world via textures and fabrics and colors. So I was looking for like the joy of really nice clothing to pick me up a little. And I walked into the store, and the salespeople, the people that worked there, the educators, they sort of swarmed me because I was different looking. And it was definitely the first place that people had come to me wanting my differentness to be a part of their team. And then the thing about the culture that's created there is that the whole team, teams at Lululemon, they work together. And like, it's a very loving culture. We are a team. If you have a problem, I have a problem. Let's talk it out. No one's left behind because they're different. And my differences in that time were less that I was, queer, more that I didn't have a place to live. I didn't have a car. I didn't have food. And the people at this Lululemon, and I wasn't coming in for a job. I walked in to look at some clothing. I ended up working there. I got the job. That they invited me to an interview. I get the job. One of the managers gives me a place to live for 4 months. The other employees bring me food so that I'll have things to eat because they're tired of watching me be hungry. And then the manager starts hosting these events at her house to help new members feel and be part of the team. We get together, we're doing silly stuff, but either way, we're all learning and we're getting more in depth with each other. It's extremely non-judgmental space. And all of that allows your employees to experience ease and comfort. And from there, they can create their best kind of, they can do their best sales. They can create their best creative work. They can apply themselves to your problems because they're not thinking about, I hope that person doesn't catch me. Oh man, I have to talk to them later, but she knows I'm gay, so she always thinks I'm hitting on her, and that's awful. And it's stuff that you're having to fight that isn't even real. A lot, just as women, people say you have to be twice as good or whatever to get what men get, right? As a queer, fat, loud, rainbow woman, I have a unbelievable history of sales that really young people my age don't have. And I grew a business and 17x sold it. And I still I still have a hard time convincing investors that I'm a safe place to put your money because I look like it, because I look like a kid, and I'm loud. And so it's giving people a safe place to talk without retribution. There's this fear of management that happens in a lot of workplaces. You can't get innovation if that exists, so it's probably, I think there would have to be like like a lack of retribution. There has to be some way that the company is showing the employees that if you have ideas or if you want to give feedback, we're an open source for that. We want to hear your feedback because we have to, as a company, we have to realize what we're doing wrong in order to change it. So we can't be afraid to be wrong. We have to, like Exxon, they go, okay, we're not doing enough for our trans people, because they're running away. Let's look at that. We have to look at that.
Yep. Chris, this sounds so much bigger than the I'm going to use queer as a catch-all. This sounds so much bigger than the queer experience. This sounds like, as you put it before, the other experiences. How do we provide that baseline where we listen to people and instead of coming in judging, coming in listening and hearing and processing. And then I actually know from friends who work in private equity and in all sorts of investments that for some reason, being a straight white male, you get just money thrown at you. And others,
just an idea and no business plan. And I have huge databases. Exactly. I have history. I have client data. I have freaking financial advisors and tax advisors and strategic risk advisors. And I can't get you. Sometimes I take a meeting and some guy's like, "So is your dad's company, or how did this happen?" And I'm like, "By accident."
Yeah. So let me try to paraphrase. From Trisha, I heard that the redefinition in the workforce is more of a constant evolution. Over years and years and years, Exxon has changed, created a more inclusive environment where at the beginning, Trisha wasn't out. Now we have new joiners who are out and proud. Chris, little different story, but your redefinition is creating that baseline for people to be heard and for ideas to be judged, and within that baseline creating a safe space for innovation and dialogue and change. So two very different things that I think all types of people, all types of companies could benefit from figuring out how that applies. I'm gonna call for questions from the audience. I still have more, but if any of our viewers have questions, whether it's for the panel or for specifically for someone, type those in. We hope to get to those as well. Before we do, let's turn it over to Leslie. Leslie, we heard a bit about how transgender experience continues to be an area where more help is needed. I know at Accenture we have a handful of out trans people working. One of them is a dear friend of mine here in Houston, and she was working for SABIC, which is the Saudi Arabian oil company, right, in North Carolina several years ago when all of the different legislation in North Carolina was going on as an out trans woman. And Accenture rallied behind her. Still, she experienced things that I wouldn't wish on anyone. But if you can imagine, like anyone being put in that experience or in an experience where you don't have that safety net, like it's trying times. So Leslie, what sorts of things come to mind for you when you think about redefining the trans experience in the workforce?
Well, I think to put it in a nutshell is I just don't want to be the zoo animal. If I could just be another person doing a job with the same expectations as anyone else, I'm a happy camper and I'll get a lot done. But if I have to continually be that zoo animal that people are staring at, I've heard, and I cringe, when we had a trans woman join us and was introduced by the manager as, "This is our new trans employee, da-da-da-da." And I'm like, no, that's not how you do it. That's wrong. being transgender has been a real education as well. When I worked in radio, I hated buying clothes. So I had 11 Tommy Bahama shirts because they were made of silk and I liked them. And then jeans. And I would just rotate the Tommy Bahama shirts one day to the next, to the next, to the next for like decades. And nobody ever said a word about how I was dressed. They were all interested in my ideas and the comedy and the humor because I did radio morning shows. And so nobody got hung up on the clothes I was wearing. It had to do with the content that I created or driving revenue or ideas for promotions or things like that. That's what mattered. There is almost not a day that's gone by since I transitioned 9 years ago that somebody doesn't mention what I'm wearing. If I do anything different with my hair, they mention it. I've been called sweetie, honey, princess, babe, all those kind of things. It's not uncommon to be making copies and to be touched from behind while I'm making copies. Not in a really gross way, but it's just still, my body autonomy suddenly isn't my own. And this is no news to women everywhere, but for somebody who lived a good chunk of their life in Guyland, it's been quite an education. So I think it's just what we're looking for is equality. There was a survey that was done by Reuters news agency. This is a couple of years back. It was prior, obviously, to the Supreme Court ruling. But it asked nationally if you believe that transgender people have employment rights. And the fact is, in the state of Texas and nationally, federally, we did not at the time have employment rights. 40% of Americans thought we did. And that's important, that disparity, because if they hear us asking for employment rights, they say, oh, you just want special rights. What, like to not be murdered or to not be fired from our job just for being who we are? Or worse, inability to even get an interview. Because when I transitioned and I lost the radio job, I went to Dallas County. I mean, I was hat in hand, like Chris. I was willing to do pretty much anything. So I applied for a clerk 2 job, which was, basically just typing, and I can pretty much figure that out. So it wasn't a job that had a lot of demands to it. So I posted my resume up on the Dallas County site, and I got a call for an interview. And the woman that interviewed me said, we have had 220 applicants for this job, and your resume stood head and shoulders over everyone else. She says, I have to meet the person behind this resume. Once she met the person behind the resume, it's like, oh, you're transgender. Well, bye-bye.
Yeah. So it seems like there's so much more at stake.
Yeah.
You were talking about health insurance, about threats to safety. But I think everyone needs an income as well, but there's just so much at risk here.
Well, Tricia was talking about how that you're aware of trans employees that aren't out at Exxon. And that's part of the problem is we need to make it safe for people to be out. Because when we're not out, we can be positioned as predators like they tried to do during the whole bathroom nonsense legislation. It hasn't happened. Trans people are not marauders in bathrooms. We just got to go pee like everybody else. So when people aren't aware of us, they don't know us, then they can fear us because of the unknown. So once they get to know us, they realize we're just another flavor of ice cream. We're not a threat to anyone. I haven't forgotten how to do my job. The job that I did for 30 years, I'm just basically unhireable as a transgender woman. There's 10,000 commercial radio stations in the United States. There's not a single out transgender voice on any of them.
One of the things that we've tried to do, as to help our allies at ExxonMobil is part of the employee resource group. What we do is we have panels, and we focus a lot on trying to focus on kids, because it seems that people can get their heads around that better than they can adults. They have more empathy, sympathy towards kids' issues, if you will. So we've had some panels where we've had parents of trans kids, or even gay or lesbian kids, but we let the parents speak from their perspective. And we've tried to educate that way. The other thing we do is we've been going out to some of the local high schools and mentoring with their GSAs, their gay straight alliances, to try to help these kids understand that there's space for them, that like things can get better and we're here for you and things like that, for just mentoring, role modeling purposes. But for us, it just seems like it helps if you can maybe change the conversation slightly to be more about in this kid space, because like I said, people just seem to be more understanding of that. The other comment I'll just make is the next space outside of bathrooms, now they're trying to go after trans folks in sports. So that's the next area that in politics that everybody's going after, sadly.
Yeah, there's some girls in Connecticut on a track team, and they were essentially looking for plaintiffs. But the Alliance Defending Freedom, the ADF, is a Southern Poverty Law Center branded hate group, but it's according to their description, a public interest law firm out of Washington, D.C. And they go around and find cases that they can take that would strip away transgender rights, the ability to compete. And I think, again, if you're immersed in it, you're aware of it. But if you're not, you would think, oh, well, there's nothing governing this. That's an unfair advantage. But the NCAA has guidelines in place and have had for a number of years for trans athletes. The International Olympic Committee has guidelines in place for trans athletes. And here's a news flash for you. Go back over the next or the last 8, 10, 15 Olympic games and look at how the transgender athletes are dominating the games. They're flat not. It's just not happening. Because it is an equal playing field. So the only area, not that I want to get off on a tangent on sports, but the only area where I'd have an issue with trans athletes would be in combat sports. I would kind of have a little bit of an issue there. But outside of that, it's like bicycling. I have a bigger frame to haul up a hill, and my hormones are estrogen. And so I don't have the same strength to haul that body mass up a hill, where natal women that weigh 115 pounds can just right up the hill. So it's not a big giant advantage necessarily to be transgender. Yeah, I'm tall, but the strength that I had has been pretty much sapped by being on cross-sex hormones for as long as I have.
Yeah, I think this gets back to that opening statement that it's personal, right? We're all experiencing personal things. Well, I'm going to share a story about 1 week in my life this year. It was before COVID. And in the course of a week, all of these events happened. The Accenture Houston office sponsored an event to teach people about being an LGBTQ ally. It was inclusion starts with ice cream. And so we had ice cream and brought people in and talked about it and shared stories and gave them tactical things to do. I went out, I started a new project, and I went out with the client lead of that project who invited his friend who got in town from the UK. And the person who was serving us drinks was gender fluid, maybe trans, maybe genderqueer, I don't know. But this friend made a question about what is it? And I had to stop, freshen the project, make my name with this new client, and I'd be like, well, I think you might be confused because that's a person who's pouring our drinks, and I think that they're doing just fine. And leaving it like that before I could actually talk to my client about how that was unacceptable and I wasn't going to stand for it. I then have a meeting that same week with a client, and it was some rodeo day something, and I didn't wear the right clothes, and someone made a comment that was kind of ribbing me. But then he started telling me about his son and his son's partners and how if next time I needed some flannel, that he would hook me up. It's completely caught off guard by this. Because you look at this guy and this is the kind of stereotypical Texan you would think would not be okay with anything LGBTQ. And in that same week, also experienced someone from the client team coming out to me talking about him and his partner. It's such a mixed bag of experiences. And this is Houston. This was actually energy work where I think that there are a lot more people who still either internalize or aren't completely open at work. But these are all work experiences. Even the social ones are work experiences. So when I think about redefining the LGBTQ experience, it's having a sense of respect among people so that I don't have to put my own neck out on for someone who's pouring the beers and like worrying about like whether there will be like repercussions for me. Creating the space like this one where we can talk about these experiences and talk about, hey, well, next time I could do this differently, or I wish my company did that, something like that. So I think that the redefinition is creating that more dialogue-based space where people are armed for the real world experiences that they're going to have, whether they're at a big company or a small one, working in energy, in retail, consumer packaged goods, medicine, startups, technology. Like those are the big things that Texas is and does. But we can carry across all of that with these basic rules of decency and respect. And from the trans perspective, I've heard so much about education, and I think education is great, but what I don't hear a lot of is about compassion, about like people who might be interested for the sake of interest, but like they're approaching trans people as specimens instead of colleagues. They're looking at them for their differences, not as a way to inspire innovation, but actually as a way to just kind of have a different side conversation with someone else. So that's the sort of openness that I'm looking for.
Yeah,
Leslie, go ahead.
Example, I have a trans woman who's a friend, and we haven't really talked about this community much, but the Black trans community, especially Black trans women, are having an incredibly hard time right now. Texas is the murder capital of the United States over the last 5 years, and half of those have happened in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. So that's been something that I don't think is talked about anywhere near enough. I have friends in the Black trans community that have just given up looking for work because they don't even get past the interview process. And I think that's shameful. And since it's not a giant population base, that's something that we can hire our way out of. If 40 or 50 of those Black trans women were hired and even given basic jobs and job training and access to education, I think they'd take off and fly. Because you know how like getting a dog from a dog pound, the dog that's been in a dog pound knows how crappy things can be and is thrilled to be in a house. But having someone that has been having nothing but doors closed in their face, both from employment standpoints, but also from legislative standpoints. Because like I said, a Black trans woman can be thrown out of her apartment for being trans, and that's okay in the state of Texas. Can be denied health care by a doctor, can't join the military, and can now, after a recent public access or equal access rule change with Health and Human Services, can be denied shelter at a homeless shelter. So I've even spoken to police officers and said, you meet somebody at 1:15 in the morning, they're not doing anything wrong, but they're on the street. What do you tell them? Where do you take them? And the answer I got was, I don't know.
Yeah.
We need a better answer than that. I get calls from trans people saying, I'm desperate, I need a place to stay. Our shelters are not competent. They're going to get physically assaulted. Trans women to be housed with men. So pulling somebody out of that is so important, and they cannot pull themselves out of it. It's not something that they can go and start knocking on doors at, the AT&T World Headquarters and have them say, here, right this way. So if there is some sort of outreach where there's a cohesive plan to help hire and educate and help themselves out of this, I think that would be tremendous, because if there are no other options, you have to do what you have to do. And that's where people get murdered. And it has to stop. It just breaks.
Absolutely.
I think that, Brian, you were really right to point out that compassion note, right? Brene Brown talks about how love is this important, essential thing that we all need, but it's immeasurable. And just because it's immeasurable, businesses ignore it. But, love, it's what made the Subaru, right? It's not that like a business just specifically has the initiative to, implement a better workplace for queer individuals. they have to hire or retrain management to exercise compassion, hear from a more listening place, not, they have to help people understand that they're fighting implicit bias. And it's not that you're doing it on purpose, and it's not that you mean to discriminate. You don't even realize that this is just how it is, and people talk about like trans and other people being like dangerous or scary, but the fact remains the most people causing domestic abuse is white men. The most people committing murders is white men. It's not that men have been trained poorly. Like, it's not that men are bad people, that white men are bad people, that whiteness makes you bad. It's we've all been trained really poorly. And what we have to do is we have to take the moment and look at ourselves when maybe something hits us or someone says something or we're about to say something, and think about like, okay, what is my motive coming from in this moment? And how can I, as in business, how can I be here for this person that is either my client or my employee? And how can I give them the tools that they need to feel empowered to do their best job? Like, I feel like management in business is supposed to be a connection tool between, the business and the people doing a lot of the money-making work, right? The employees. And I just think it's a lot of retraining middle management. It's a lot of retraining the mental mind of middle America to just see everyone as an equal. What I bring is very valuable. And just like what Chad brings something that's very valuable too. But, if you have a lot of Chads in your workplace, you might start looking for something else,
Yeah. So I want to get back to this idea of, in order to bring your authentic self to work, you have to address the stuff that's going on outside of work. And so I've got a few questions. Some are coming in from the audience for each person that kind of goes back to their individual experiences, their background. Leslie, starting with you. First, everyone's saying that there's a lot of great experience across you three ladies. So thank you so much. For you specifically, Leslie, with your background in radio and television and all of these stories and experiences, maybe it's time to start a podcast or a radio channel. Any thoughts on that?
I'll show you something that's sitting next to me. I bought that a while back to start a podcast. It's something I've wrestled with a lot. I've been writing. I'm a contributing columnist for the Dallas Voice, which is the LGBT newspaper in Dallas. I've been writing for them for about 7 years. I write what's on my mind. I also have a blog that's on WordPress that's available. Anybody wants to read it. There's like close to 100 blog pieces on there, and they all come from deep inside. I am a storyteller by nature, and that's how I made my bones in radio, is by telling stories and being relatable. But I've had a real obstacle to doing that. It's kind of why I don't go through drive-thrus anymore, because I go there and I order food and I get, "Thank you, sir, please pull forward to the second window." Because I'm keenly aware that I sound like your uncle. If you have a visual reference, you could say, okay, this is a girl that has a Carol Channing kind of voice, because there's plenty of women that have a lower voice. But when I talk on the telephone is designed to strip uncle on the telephone, and I get misgendered all the time if it's somebody that doesn't know me. And that hurts. It hurts like a slap in the face. I absolutely hate it. It really bothers me. So I have a love-hate relationship with my voice. I used it for so long to make a lot of money and a great career and a lot of friends and all that. But now it tortures me. And so it takes a lot of emotional investment to get in there and do it anyway and hear it back and absolutely hate what I'm sounding like. And on a podcast, there isn't that visual representation.
Yeah, so, and the Dallas, you said it's the Dallas Voice. That's where you've done a lot of your publications. Mm-hmm. So for those who are asking, check out Leslie McMurray there for her wonderful storytelling. And if you are so inclined, Chris mentioned that she does some podcasts, and so maybe we could work some sort of collaboration there.
Yeah, I mean, I do mine with a trans man and his lesbian twin sister. And then we usually invite on a queer person, if we can find a queer person of color, that's really important to us. And then we talk about lots of trans stuff. And Leslie, I'm sure we would love to have you on, it's just to talk to the kids.
And Leslie, thank you for being so honest and vulnerable, just expressing that. I appreciate you so much. So thank you.
Yeah.
So Trisha, I'm gonna move the conversation towards you. And like you said, 32 years in technology and oil and gas. You talked about having children. You talked about living in Texas. Like, through all of this, now with kids out of the house, are there things that you think about as it pertains to domestic benefits or children benefits or custody or any of that the workplace should be doing a better job of taking care of our queer people in the same way that just straight people are given those opportunities and rights?
Yeah, I went through a period where I had to carve out every little bit that I had by going to lawyers and judges and everything else like that. But first of all, I would say we need a new administration so we have any possibility of getting any of our rights taken care of, like getting the Affordable Care Act to stay in place at any point, because that will be important. I think, working for a large company, I have good benefits. That's part of, there's also something called the Equality Act that is looking to go through legislation. That's critical. I realize we did have the Supreme Court decision just recently that did provide some protections, but people need to understand that that only protects large companies. It doesn't protect a large swath of people. So that's going to be critical, that we get all of those things in place for our families, for our, for spouses, for our kids, any of those things. And I hate to mention how people's mental health will be after our COVID, and as things start to we become to understand what is a new way we're going to live. I think that's going to be critical for people to have access to healthcare as well. So to me, the largest thing is to get some new legislation in place, some people to help represent us and to allow us to be ourselves and to get the same access that everybody else is getting access to. So as Leslie said, it's not special access, it's the same access.
And there's legislation, and then on the other side, there's enforcement, right? That we can say what the law is, but then we actually need to make sure that the states, the counties, the companies are enforcing that to make sure that justice and equality prevails.
Right. I mean, the Equality Act has actually passed the House of Representatives. It just has not come up for a vote in the Senate. So we need a change of leadership in order to be able to bring that up and to get that passed. And that will be critical for the entire LGBTQ community.
Yeah, and your vote is your voice. So recommend everyone to register to vote. Let's move the conversation on to Chris. Chris, your latest venture, Men's Gold Box. You mentioned that it is a company that caters to some of the big boys. So tell us a bit about that and who some of your demographics are and anything exciting about that.
Certainly. So as you can tell, I am not too large of a person at my current time, but for most of my life, I was medically obese, and I always loved clothing. And those two, fashion and fatness, do not go together. Like, our country is so fat phobic, that the fashion isn't even made in large sizes. So that was just something that cut me deep, because it's how I relate to the world. Why don't I get to express myself via clothing like everyone else does? So near and dear to my heart, I met a guy, a big and tall guy, who wanted to found the first version of it with me. And we we found ourselves into it. We slipped into a niche market that I did not really know existed. We were talking about not necessarily wanting to be allies for financial reasons, but I think that if a company can understand that there is financial benefit to including LGBTQIA people in their market strategy of who they're after, then they would, if that helps them help us, great. My money's as green as anyone else's. So, and I like to say in this country, you vote with where you put your money. So yeah, but
also vote.
Also vote. Yeah, also vote. It seems like in 8th grade they taught us that the votes don't really count, but someone's counting something, so vote. So I had a large 3XL. I was working with this big black ex-football player, Canadian League. And he was like, why can't I order clothes that fit, to my desk? This is crazy. I make good money. So we started advertising in different places, and somehow Gay Bear World came up as an opportunity for us. And I was like, hey, I think we should put an ad here. I feel like this could be our type of customer for sure. We're selling fashion. And we placed one ad, and I told the story in a Founder Suite podcast called How I Raised It recently. We placed one ad for $250 that led us to $80K in revenue, because this one ad in Gay Bear World got us, I believe, 13 customers just from this one ad. The lifetime value of our customer at the time was $3K. We'd have the customer for 19 months. We'd get $3K for our subscription products. So then the effect that we didn't know that was going to happen from this market is gay men, they love to talk about fashion. They love to wear new fashion. They love to share fashion, so after that, we just kept getting referrals from other gay men, and then suddenly I had a customer base that was full of gay bears, and I was like, whoa, I got to up the fashion, and that was fun for me, because when I initially got into the market, I sent out waxed denim, which are just jeans that have a wax coating, so they look really nice day or night, and you can wear them with a dress shirt. This is really simple for a guy. And the first big and tall guy that got a pair sent me back an email that was like, what am I supposed to do with these leather pants? And I was like, okay, got it. We got to back it up. Fashion is not there yet for big and tall men. We got to walk them up. But the gay bears can lead the way. They can show big and tall men, your body is beautiful. And I listen to a lot of, oh my gosh, I can't think of her name. I listened to a lot of Roxane Gay. She was recently interviewed by Nicole Byers. That's what I'm thinking. She does the show Nailed It. She's a big fat black woman who is just trying to help people understand that there's nothing wrong with being fat. It's just that everyone makes it that there's something wrong with that. And they also just talked about the experience of, no representation. You can't look good. You can't dress good. The first thing you do is you wake up and you think, oh, I have to figure out what clothes I'm going to put on, and you don't get to start your day with the energy. You don't get to present yourself to the world. So that's what we do at Men's Gold Box. Is I want to help extra large to 4XL men present themselves to the world. They're excellent. We just want to help them look better.
Yeah, I love that. And I think part of the experience for queer people as well, not only being treated well at work, is also being appreciated for what it is we do and what we bring. And in many areas, we're culture carriers and trendsetters, and can really help move the needle in those areas. So I love that. And I love the bear community also. They're just so much fun. If you ever want to go to a good party post-COVID,
yeah, post-COVID,
party with some bears, love it. Let's shoot over to Leslie. Leslie, can you talk about the importance of Texas Competes and give us some background on what that is and what it means?
Sure. Texas Competes came about during especially the 2017 legislative session, when they had these bathroom bills that were kind of being threatened to go through the legislature. It was being pushed by our Lieutenant Governor, Dan Patrick. And Texas is a very business-friendly state, or prides itself on being business-friendly. It has tax advantages, a lot of things that make it attractive. And when Equality Texas kind of got together and formed this offshoot called Texas Competes, businesses large and small were signing on, like American Airlines, Southwest Airlines. I think even ExxonMobil signed on to that. But there was these huge companies, and they said, this is not a value. Discrimination is not a Texas value. Don't do this. It's unnecessary. It doesn't need to be there. And there was, I think, over 3,000 businesses that signed up on that. That's what stopped the bathroom bill, because there's too few transgender people. If we all voted as a block, and we're not a monolith to begin with, but we represent something like 0.7 to 1.4% of the population, so that doesn't scare anyone. But when businesses jump on board and say, knock it off, they listen. So please don't misunderstand or underestimate the power that businesses have to communicate. And it's so important that they reach out and let legislators and state leaders know that this isn't what we stand for, that diversity is what makes us strong. And by trying to make it impossible for diverse employees to live, that's not making our business work.
Yeah, and those repercussions are widespread and felt by everyone. You know, think about the time when Amazon was looking for its new headquarters. And I think 2 or 3 Texas cities were still in the running. And all of the tech companies that might have headquarters in Silicon Valley or in New York that also have these offices. The Texas economy is a huge one. And I think speaking to the humanity behind those dollars is really, really important. So we're edging up on time. I want to give everyone the opportunity to share one more jewel. So what we'll do a round robin of one thing you want people to remember and potentially bring back to their workplaces about how they can redefine the queer experiences there, or just something that will put a smile on their face. I'll start because I want to be fair. I don't want to spring this on everyone. So I think that the one thing that I want people to remember is it is personal, and that is both something that we need to take seriously in how we interact and how the onus is on us to make things better for ourselves and those around us. But also to take a step back and to think about this in the broader context of things, and to have those dialogues to help change the hearts and minds, because that's really where we're going to be making the change that we want to see. And it's fine. That is personal. We're talking about people, so of course it is. Do I have?
Yeah, I can.
Right.
Yeah, I'll go ahead because I'm going to lean on that. I totally agree. I think, I mean, I love where I am. 32 years in the company. Everybody knows me. They know I'm the lesbian in the company. But I use that. I love that because I'm a resource for so many people. I have parents that come and ask me to talk to me because they think that their kid might be LGBT and what can they do? Or do you have any other resources that I know? Or I've got a friend that's got a friend. And I had one of our Pride members was out in Midland, and she was about to have this uncomfortable conversation with this guy out on the oil field. What she thought was going to be uncomfortable, and he ends up coming. She said that she was lesbian, and he ended up saying about his kid was gay, and they ended up having this really nice bonding moment. And if she hadn't really felt comfortable to do that, then they would have never had that. So I mean, really just lean into just being yourself and owning that. And the way I've always done it through all these tumultuous years is just to be me. And if you don't like me, then that's your problem. That's not my problem. So, and then the other last thing I'll leave with, and Chris, do not say anything more about this, but everybody vote. Yes, your vote does count. Everybody get out there. And early voting starts October 13th. Who knows if the Postal Service will work, and who knows what's going to happen between now and then. But early voting starts October 13th. Thank you.
Thank you, Tricia. Chris,
Don't
you ready?
worry. I'll be voting. Don't worry. I just think people can think really long and hard where they are buying things and where their money goes when they purchase stuff and who they're buying from. So, yeah, a lot of what Trisha just said, you know, about that girl feeling uncomfortable, potentially uncomfortable situation she had ahead it's still that same thing where just as anyone, no matter whether you're queer or not, we're experiencing fear of being vulnerable with each other. And if a company can remove that fear, remove the ramifications that people are afraid of when they become vulnerable with each other, then they can experience, in my opinion, I think exponential growth and innovation. I also think that the energy that you bring to your work is eventually felt by the end user at the end of that process. And so I just think overall it would bring better energy to work if we could be more vulnerable. How do I think we should do that? I think companies should create a way to get open feedback from the bottom to the top, not through the company, but literally direct from the bottom to the top. The feedback shouldn't be filtered by anyone. It should just be questionnaires and honest answers. So.
Thank you, Chris. Leslie?
I would say, you know, to businesses, don't be afraid to hire us. Don't hire us because we're transgender, but hire us because we're awesome and we're the right person for the job. There's an awful lot of people that are transgender that kind of work in maybe jobs where you don't see them, don't even know they're there. I have a dear friend who's an air traffic controller who's transgender and happens to be able to do just as good a job guiding planes to their destination as anyone else. I have another who is a pilot for one of the commuter airlines. I know two very skilled surgeons, and my own wife is a Dallas County judge, and she's transgender. And it's not a part of her job. It's not, you know, she is who she is, but it doesn't affect her job in any way, shape, or form. And she's a wonderful judge. So give us a chance. We'll wow you. And we just thank you so much for your time and the opportunity to share some thoughts with you today.
I'm floored by all of you. It's been so awesome to spend the afternoon with you three. I learned so much from you. I'm really just thankful for this opportunity. So thank you to the three of you. Thank you to Capital Factory. Thank you to Accenture and the other sponsors. I think that, like I said, we've come a long way and there's a lot to do. And I hope that you can walk away with a better sense of what that means in these different contexts and how we all can approach it a bit differently. And with that, I'm going to sign off and thank you again.
Thank you so much, everybody, for being on that really exciting panel. I learned a lot as well. Brian, Leslie, Patricia, Chris, thank you so much for joining us. And I am very inspired. If you want to learn a little bit more on the research that this panel was based off of, I had my team share that in the hop-in chat, and it is the Getting to Equal PDF from Accenture. So you could read a little about that in your break time, which we're going to take a little bit of a break. We've been going hard like this entire time because it's been really exciting, but we want to give you a little bit of a break to do some networking if you'd like. In Hopin, when you go, when you're on the page for the event, if you look on the left-hand side, there's a little icon for networking. If you select that, it'll take you to a blank page and it says, "Are you ready?" And basically it's kind of like a video chat roulette, and you can network with other attendees here at this summit. So take about 10 minutes, talk to somebody that you don't know, and meet us back here for our next panel. Also, something that you might know, there's also an icon on the left-hand side for the Inclusion Council, and those are a handful of diversity and inclusion organizations in Texas and in our network. And they have put together some booths for attendees to check out, learn more information. We will also have people that are attending those booths, so you can have face-to-face conversations at 3:30. But those are also open now, and you can check out all the diversity and inclusion initiatives happening in Texas. All right, we will see you soon. Our next panel is going to be starting at 3:30 here. All right, have a good break. Happy networking.
fighter.
Lakey inspired. Fight.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Capital Factory's LGBTQ In Tech Summit presented by Accenture. Hopefully you had a nice break in between all of the programming. Hopefully you met somebody that you hadn't met before in the networking section of Hopin. And hopefully you stopped by those Innovation Council booths that you could also learn more about the diversity and inclusion initiatives happening in Texas. Right now, I'd like to introduce our next session. And this session is titled The Importance of Side Projects to Spark Meaningful Conversations with Your Teams. And I'd like to introduce JP Gonzalez, the Associate Creative Director of RGA, and Melanie Mahaffey, the Senior Director of PR of RGA. Thank you guys for joining us today.
Thanks for having us.
Yes, thank you. All right. Well, I'll kick it off, and then JP is going to get into the meat of the presentation. But I just want to say, just a few words about RGA and introduce ourselves. And it's a huge honor to be part of this tech summit today. We're obviously large fans of Capital Factory and all the various programming, and especially celebrating Pride this month in Austin. A little bit about RGA. We've had an Austin presence for about 10 years. Our physical office, even though we haven't been there in the last 6 months, is at 5th and Lamar area, just by the Whole Foods headquarters and Fidelity. We've had a lot of fun in that space and really getting to know and work with the Austin community. But largely, RGA has been around for 40 plus years. We've got 17 global offices and 2,000 plus employees working remotely. So it's been a fun past 6 months. We originally started as a motion graphics, live action video production company. And over the last 4 decades or so, we've evolved into marketing transformation, business transformation, experience transformation, and we also offer a ventures program, helping our clients and outside partners, accelerate some of their programs, looking at kind of new tech and portfolio companies. So in a nutshell, we help companies grow and enable them to change, and we have a lot of fun doing it. So now I'm going to hand it over to JP. He's going to talk about the creative side projects, the main focus of today, and then I will join him at the end for a Q&A session.
Yeah. Hi, everyone. Thanks, Mel. I'm JP Gonzalez. My pronouns are he, him, his, and I'm an associate creative director here at RGA in Austin. Like Mel was saying, we're a marketing innovation company that helps brands and companies transform. We have a very particular lens through technology, design, and innovation in general. And our mission is to create a more human future. We help brands out to figure out what their space in the world is through the intersection of what we call systems and stories. And what that means is we essentially we craft the stories, which is this is the way we frame our big ideas. The stories, which is essentially what the brand says, how the brand talks to consumers or users, and it'll come to life in the form of marketing campaigns. So it's your traditional, what probably as advertising campaign, what a brand would say out in the world and the way the brand behaves. But we also help that intersect with by creating the systems, which is the bottom-up behaviors that comes from digital products that you would know maybe as a website or an app or a wearable, and how those two come together is how we present the whole idea. Some of our clients over the years include Nike, PepsiCo, Fossil, Sonic, the drive-in fast food company, Frito-Lay, and more. We help brands with, like Mel was saying, business transformation, experience transformation, and marketing transformation. And my role at RGA as an associate creative director is working on UX design, so making sure that that we create pleasurable experiences and also marry them with those stories. So making sure that what the brand says and what the brand does, how it shows up in the world, sort of tells a cohesive story, and people can really understand what the brand is all about. But today I'm here to talk about side projects as a way to spark meaningful conversations, and we'll be chatting, Mel and I, and taking your questions as well. And this all started with a very simple thought, which is when we are not thinking about work, we are always thinking about things that we are passionate about. It is no secret that side projects are a great way of using creativity to express these passions, and also that side projects foster creativity, collaboration, and innovation. You may have heard of Google's old 20% rule, where they let their employees spend 20% of their time on passion projects. And we can talk a little bit about how and why that rule sort of got scrapped and it doesn't work anymore. But the reality is that this principle of side projects fostering creativity, collaboration, and innovation still holds true today and for many, many reasons. And I guess the question that we can start with is, can a side project start conversations, meaningful conversations about LGBTQ issues, gender, race, equality, and more? And I would say that, yeah, the answer is yes. And it all hinges on that simple principle of collaborating with people. And when people are passionate about a project, about something, it is contagious, and it brings others along, other teammates along, and they work together and they ask questions. And we're going to show you today a few passion projects or side projects that we worked on at RGA that sort of took off, and what we found along the way as an unintended consequence of which is those meaningful conversations at work that we started having. I should caveat, this is a big caveat, I'm not an HR person. I'm not an organizational psychologist or anything of the sort. I can't tell you the importance of the scientific importance of bringing up those conversations at work. But what I can tell you is that they've been really meaningful for me and for my teammates as we are creating teams and developing these projects. And that I can tell you that these conversations, having these conversations about sensitive topics, about somewhat personal topics, LGBTQ issues, race, gender, etc., have brought me closer to my teammates. I've learned a lot about others. They've made us reflect about the important issues, but more importantly, because we just believe that having these conversations are really what the world needs right now. So I'll start by walking you through some of those projects and what we've learned along the way. First of all, we created a couple years ago one project that we really like and hold dear. Is we call it Rainbow ATX, and this all started with noticing with so many people moving to Austin daily. We noticed that sort of finding your place in a new community, in a new city, can sometimes be difficult to navigate, and it takes time, right? This coupled with mere curiosity that we had in our team, in our creative team, about chatbots, how they work, how to build a dialogue flow, etc. Our team of designers, developers, and copywriters created this chatbot to facilitate the resources and make them available to the Austin's diverse LGBTQ community. And that's how it started, with one designer who sort of reached out for help from a copywriter, and then that copywriter reached out for help from a developer, and pretty soon we had a team of people that, out of pure passion, started to do research about not only how to program a dialogue flow or create a bot, but also the content that we were going to put out there, which involved doing research on LGBTQ local issues, with sitting around the table and doing that research of like, who are our representatives in Austin and what are their views, or what does the law protect us in any way or not in the workplace, to what extent, the history of the queer movement here in Austin, in Texas in general, housing and the rights that we have as LGBTQ members of the community, bars, etc. And quickly just sitting around those work tables, allies around the office were learning, we're talking more about this, getting involved in the project, and it was just very interesting and really a really meaningful conversation that we had. You can go and test the Rainbow ATX. It works on Google, and we have a homepage as well, sort of explaining a little bit about how it works. Another project that we worked on was the Austin Pride stickers. This was pretty simple, pretty fun. Again, another side project that just sort of grew out of nothing a little bit. So we noticed that there were no stickers that represented the particularity of the Austin community in the huge Instagram Giphy space universe. So we found that gap. And so a couple of designers, we started ideating and creating these stickers, and we started to invite people around the office, they started to see these colorful graphics and just sort of like peek, over our shoulder and started suggesting some ideas of, what things are not like very particular to Austin, and sort of like that intersectionality of our Texas community or our Austin community, what we can put out there, how do we celebrate it, and it has become sort of like this was born maybe 3 years ago, and it's sort of become kind of a tradition around our office now, where we after work, a couple of us stay behind and just open a bottle of rosé and just design these stickers and then upload them and see how they track. And it turned out that over the years, a couple of years that we've had this project live, organically it reached over 44 million combined views. So it turns out that people in Austin want to celebrate Pride in their own unique way, like very local to the community. And again, having these conversations, like having these small little workshops or happy hours with our coworkers, really, help just bond with the team and brought us together. Another project, this one was born out of our New York office, and this all started when local businesses started being affected by the pandemic, and the big desire of our team to be there for those businesses that have been there for us and really help. And the way it worked was pretty simple. A designer was paired, or an artist was paired with a local business that most likely did not have the budget to have any marketing or anything out there. And so to support them, we would make sure and handle the production and put this design on a T-shirt or a poster or a tote bag, and then 100% of the proceeds would go back to the local business. Something that was very interesting here is with the death of George Floyd and the desire to support the Black Lives Matter movement. This merchant model, which started again just at the beginning of COVID-19, of the pandemic, it pivoted to support Black businesses and Black artists. So it was pairing up Black artists with Black businesses, and again, 100% of the proceeds would go back to them. So I think the big learning here is when you're trying to figure out how to help, I think just basic design thinking, right? Like empathy about who you're trying to help, how you're trying to help, plays a key role in finding the right solution. So I think this is where the New York team that worked on this really hit the nail on the head. Their brainstorming for this kind of thing requires you to open up, question things, and talk about race, equality, privilege, etc. So far, this project has been hugely successful. It has raised over 100,000. I think Melanie, please jump in here. I think over $100,000 to help these businesses, and has received a lot of inquiries about who can you collaborate with next, etc. And this was all very interesting because it was, of course, we were already working from home at the time, and it was all handled remotely. So I think it was another interesting way of framing these conversations. Having them remotely was also very interesting because the first two that I showed you, we were having face-to-face and in person, and starting to talk about, again, like inequality and race. It was very interesting to see this conversation happen over Zoom and Slack. A little bit on a lighter note, another side project that a few of us in the Austin office worked on. Austin, this was for the Austin Humane Society, and Austin, as you might know, is the largest no-kill city in the U.S. for shelter animals. So this idea came from a team in our office who were really passionate about dogs and finding them homes, and it was a fun approach, just a clever way to use cookies that follow you around the internet, and everybody knows cookies for that. And so we placed a cookie on the individual page of a shelter dog, so that the dog will then, with the cookie, follow you around the internet, so that you can get to know the dog and then adopt it. So I'll show the case study here real quick. And finally, the Austin Table digital cookbook. We created a digital cookbook that included recipes from our favorite local restaurants, giving back all the proceeds to the restaurant's employees. So working on this cookbook really prompted reflection and conversation about how much we take our restaurant workers for granted and essential workers for granted. This was obviously at the beginning of a lockdown, and we were all feeling pretty vulnerable. A lot of our families were directly impacted by restaurant closures, and this was a deeply personal project for a lot of us that that had to have these deeper conversations again through empathy, trying to help somehow contribute. So we had to have those conversations about inequity during our brainstorms and inequality when we were trying to figure out how to help. This one also raised a bunch of money for our local restaurants, and they're still struggling. So if you can, keep supporting them. And so I'd like to close with a few tips for encouraging side projects that from what we've learned. Number one would be to make time to dedicate resources and time for side projects. Like I was mentioning, Google's 20% rule actually didn't work. It actually ended up going away because they weren't allocating time, and they were sort of reading up on articles. People were saying that you would have to then work 120% of your time if you actually wanted that extra 20% to work on side projects. So as a manager, as an entrepreneur, as a startup owner, make sure that you make time for these side projects. And also make sure you're not there for your team. Don't be there for your team. Be encouraging and supporting, but if you are the CEO, I would say step aside for a little bit and make let these conversations, let these side projects happen organically. It's interesting to read up on how workers or employees really want praise from their peers and not necessarily from their bosses. And once the boss gets involved, it's not really cool anymore. And I would say also allow failure in the everyday. So make sure that when somebody, creativity comes from trying out new ways of doing things and trying out new things. So if you allow for failure and let people experiment in the way that they do things and present things to you, or use a different process, etc., they'll feel more comfortable in bringing these projects that are more like side projects or passion projects. And finally, recognize the power of differences for creativity. Knowing that the people from different backgrounds, people with different abilities and from just differences in general, cultural or otherwise, really are the things that that really empower creativity and will bring creativity to your business. And so, in closing, just it's interesting to see, that knowing that we tend to put up our barriers at work, but we tend to want to be professional. So it's important to have these conversations to sort of let your barriers down if you want to create stronger relationships among your teammates. And simply, I just think I encourage these conversations and these side projects because it's really, the world needs more of it, really.
Okay, thank you, JP. How cute were those pups, those dogs? And they all found homes, which was even more of a feel-good moment for us. So I think we have time for one or two questions. So I just want to get those started, and our contact information, we can supply that as well should you have additional questions after this. So what advice would you have for someone who wants to approach the idea of a side project with their manager?
I would say think about it as in some respects, as another idea of how you would pitch it. You have to be thoughtful in your approach and don't really bring half-baked ideas. These ideas can be good practice for real-world ideas that you're pitching to other companies or investors or similar. I would also say be strategic about who you bring on board. Bring along the designer that will help your idea look better. Bring along the data analyst or the marketing science person that will provide those data points that will really bring this idea home and make sure that you have the supporting data. Bring different scenarios of if you get support or if you don't. Bring a good, better, best in terms of money. For example, like if you had all the money in the world, what would you do? If you have no money, then what would you do? And so that just makes your idea seem really buttoned up and making sure that all of your bases are covered. And again, think about it as any other idea if you really want to pursue it.
Yeah, no, that's great. That's great. So considering people are working remotely today, working with counterparts in different offices, different markets, whatever the situation may be, what are some steps people should take in order to get some of these side projects to the finish line? Do you have any best practices that, maybe from the Austin table or Merchaid that, come to mind?
I would say communication is key. Number one, make sure you have the right tools, to communicate and to collaborate. We are, on Slack and Zoom all the time. So I think that is definitely key. I would say set a timeline for yourself. It's really easy for side projects to fall through the cracks. I think one thing that really has helped us in a lot of these projects is that they have a date, as an end goal. For example, like when we were trying to create the stickers, we have Pride as our goal, right? So if you have that date set, it'll be easier to hold everyone accountable as opposed to just doing something that's sort of evergreen. So I think for sure setting a timeline for yourself will help you have a clear goal. Another step is happy hours. Those are great. Everyone is happy to join. Again, a conversation. That's what it's all about. Opening a bottle of wine or a beer, even if it's through a screen, will always help. And finally, just being respectful of people's time, especially now that we are all sort of at home and our schedules are sort of blurry and all of that. Just you don't want people to fall off the tracks of collaborating with you on this project because they're getting overwhelmed or something.
Right. Awesome. Well, I think that's it. That's our time. So thank you, everyone.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, JP and Melanie, for joining us. Really appreciate the conversation and for sharing all of those really great side projects. Awesome. Yeah, please send over your contact info and we'll throw that in the chat for all of our participants. But now we are going to transition into our LGBTQ+ In Tech Startup Showcase, and we're going to be featuring 3 of Capital Factory's accelerator portfolio companies. And these startups come from all over the state of Texas, and we're really excited to showcase their technologies to all of you. However, next, I would love to introduce our judges for today for this pitch competition. And so can we please give a big virtual welcome to Jordan Herman of BakerBots, Richard Delofou, that's a cool name, of Trust Ventures, and Joseph Kopser of Greyline Group and CF Mentor. Hey, everybody.
How are you?
Good afternoon.
Cool. Let's go around the room and give us a little bit of an introduction of who you are. Let's start with Jordan.
Hi, I'm a partner at BakerBots here in Austin, Texas. I'm chair of the corporate group. I'm a TMT attorney focusing on M&A tech transactions, really with a focus in software and medical device companies.
Great. Thanks, Jordan. Richard, we'll go with you next. Let's go clockwise.
Great. Thanks for having us. Really appreciate the opportunity. My name's Richard. I'm an associate at Trust Ventures, a venture fund here in Austin that invests in companies that need policy and regulatory help. Really excited to hear the pitches and see the great ideas today.
Great. And Joseph?
Yeah, I'm Joseph Kopser. I haven't figured out what I want to be, but today I'm here with Flossie. You can tell she wants to get out. Her mom will come back in a few minutes. But no, I mean, I've been involved in all kinds of different startups, whether they be as an entrepreneur inside the Army, a startup entrepreneur in the technology space. I did a startup in the political world, quite literally. And like Michael Sorrell said this morning at the keynote fireside, I didn't even realize I was an entrepreneur. Like he said, I just thought I was impatient about everything. So that's me.
Great. Thank you, everybody, for joining us as a judge today. We're going to bring you down. We'll bring you back up after each startup pitches. But first, I'm going to explain a little bit how this is going to work. So each startup that's going to be pitching today will take this virtual stage right here, and they'll give us their best 5-minute pitch, followed by a 5-minute Q&A from the judges who you just met. And then after we hear from each company, our judges will step away for a private deliberation, and then we'll all sort of take a quick 5-minute break. Afterwards, we'll reconvene here and we'll announce the winner. Now, let me tell you what winning this pitch competition means. So we do have a prize package, and that includes the following. So BakerBots LLP is proud to offer $10,000 in legal services, and the winning company will also win a guaranteed meeting with a partner at Goose Capital, Silverton Partners, and True Wealth Ventures. Pretty great, right? Well, I'd like to thank BakerBots, Goose Capital, Silverton Partners, and True Wealth Ventures for donating to our prize package today. We love your continued support to the tech community and at these Capital Factory events. All right. Without further ado, I would love to bring up our first presenter, Matt Frame from Fair Market. How you doing, Matt?
Good. Do you guys see me or just my screen?
I see you and your screen.
Okay, cool. All right, do my 5 minutes start now?
Right about now.
Okay, cool. I'll just jump right into it. Fair Market, we are a fully equipped home management system for homeowners, but it's also a tool for contractors, contractors of all types. Anybody who does any residential work, whether it's heavy duty stuff like roofing or window washing, even painters, anybody can use Fair Market. So I'm sorry, I have to do this to actually get to our product, which let me actually open this one first. Sorry about that. I have 2 tabs going. Fair Market for homeowners. Every member gets a digital version of their home, just like this. This is somebody's actual house, one of our customers. And why this is useful is it actually is embedded with all the spec measurement data, which is vital information for creating projects and jobs that are ready for bid. So you really just select elements. There's little quick shortcuts to select full elements. These little circles are roof vents, but you can view the measurement data, but why it's useful is so that you can create jobs and the contractors on the network can see all that vital info, and they're able to submit their estimates and bids without the need to come out. It doesn't need to be, heavy duty construction. You can do the little chore type of jobs like window washing, really anything. The only limiter is your own imagination. And the last thing, or the other thing I'll show is the other tab. Sorry. Now I'm on the design center, if you see over here. Same home, different behavior now. Now when you click elements, instead of viewing measurement data and creating a job, however, these will tie together soon, you select any one of our building product manufacturers. Some of these brands are the biggest in the world. They submit all of their different product types, in this case, all the different types of shingles that GAF sells. You pick a product line, and then you pick a color. And why this is cool is this allows you to visualize products on your own home. And who's really loving this is Sherwin-Williams. They waste so much money on the little swatches, the samples that they give out for free. This allows them to go digital, which allows them to reduce manufacturing those samples. And I haven't done the calculation, but there's literally millions of design combinations that you can do with these real products. It isn't there yet where we're taking this, but because we also have the measurement data, this here will become an e-commerce storefront where either homeowners or contractors can purchase the materials needed for projects in the right quantities, in the exact quantities. So it knows how many gallons of paint you would need for this project without needing to think about it. So how am I doing on time? That's about all I planned on presenting. But let me go back to the job creation mode and explain a little bit more. You create jobs. So I'm just going to do a simple one, window washing, and all the measurement data is there. Some jobs it's not super important, like window washing. The specs don't matter too much there, but most jobs it does. Then you answer a couple other questions. These are important too. And what this does, you just answer those questions, pick an ideal start date, and that lets the bidding contractors know what you're aiming for. And then you finish, you can add a description or pictures, and then the bids start coming to you. Your job lives on the bidding board where contractors who do that trade in your area, they can see only your first name, not your last name. They see your city, state, and zip code, but not your address to protect the privacy of the users. But they have everything they need to be able to submit their bids. And when you get those bids, you see their profile too, not just their price. So you can do some research on the bidders. There, I will stop there so that I don't go over time.
Matt, how far along are you? How much traction do you have?
So, good question. So now's the Q&A, I assume?
Yep.
Right? Okay.
Well, you've given us, that's about exactly 5 minutes, so go ahead.
Oh, good. I'm glad. I was worried about that. Our traction, we've been building this so that, as any startup, the big everybody spread thin aspect of build everything everywhere into existence. Now that that's done, finally we've launched about a month and a half ago only, so we're very new. But we're doing really well. We have some advantages as a startup that most startups they don't have. With weather events, big hailstorms, those things come sweeping through. Here in Dallas, where we're in Frisco, we get hailstorms almost every year. And when they happen, hundreds of thousands of people all at the same time have a bunch of work to do. And it comes down to who are you going to pick? And so this is the perfect tool for people in that situation. But we also we are working with builders, HOAs, and realtors as well. Got a lot of interest from Toll Brothers, one of the biggest builders in the country, and Keller Williams, who's headquartered here. We kind of have some different distribution methods that we've been strategizing the whole time we built it, but now we're putting them into play and learning every single day the tipping points for these sales. And we're doing pretty good. We done about, we've got, I think, 1,000 or so, 1,100 jobs on the bidding board currently. So yeah, there you go. In terms of other traction, we bootstrapped this thing. I say we because we are a team of contractors that has worked together for about 10 years already.
All right, well, Matt, we're only 3 minutes left, so I want to give my colleagues a chance to ask.
So.
What's your revenue model today, and what have you actually collected from revenue from these initial customers?
Yeah, so in the way that we make money is the contractors, they have free unlimited bidding. So that's where we really have the advantage over our competition. Our competition would be like Home Advisor, Angie's List, Thumbtack, those guys who sell contractors leads. We give them free bidding access, and they get charged only when they win jobs. So that's really where we make money. We also make money by selling these systems to homeowners. It is not free, not at the moment.
What are you charging?
For right now, $99 per property. So that's another thing. Any one account can have any number of properties. So you have rentals, or take care of mom's house, or realtors, property managers.
And it sounds like you're also white labeling it to people like builders.
Yes, that's exactly what we're doing. So we give, really the focus there is to give builders and realtors and HOAs something to sell themselves. And yes, we white label it for them. Every home comes with a fully equipped home management system. You know, it works best on the iPad. I mean, it works fine everywhere. We have mobile apps, both Apple and Android, and on the iPad, it's the sweetest. Where we really are taking this is with integrating with those big companies racing in the home, like Google and Amazon, Alexa, you know, Google Home, those things. This is the whole house, and so we're integrating with those products. Well, we've already made some headway there, but probably within the next 6 months we'll be on those platforms.
There's 30 seconds left.
Oh shoot! Is there one more who needs to ask a question?
How difficult is it to generate those home models?
Oh, geez, great question. I'm so sorry. That's one of the cool things is when you sign up for Fair Market and you get to the point where you're adding your first property, you don't need to take pictures, and neither do we. You just simply add your address, and it's not instantaneous, but in about 5 to 24 hours, your property is processed, and it's all with our technology integrated partners. And so they use the latest in aerial imagery and remote sensing technology. And those partners are very good for us. So it's no effort by the user to process these.
Great. Thank you, Matt, for your pitch. Appreciate you. We're going to put you down, and I'll introduce our next pitch from Josh Rabinowitz from Articulate Labs. Josh, come on up.
How's it going?
Going good. Wow. Looks like nice weather over there.
Yeah, it's we've got a west-facing or east-facing window, and it's starting to come in. Shout out to Josh and Eugene for the tips treats that just showed up. So I'll look forward to damaging my pancreas with those later.
Enjoy. Your pitch starts now.
All right, I'll share my screen here. Okay, is that showing up? Hello?
Yep, you're all set.
Okay, cool. You cut out there for a second. Terrific. Thank you very much for having me. My name is Josh Rabinowitz. I'm co-founder and CEO of Articulate Labs. Our company develops wearable medical devices to accelerate muscle strengthening and training throughout everyday activity, starting with the knee. The story here starts with my partner and co-founder, Herbie Kern, who lost his right leg in a motorcycle accident and quickly wore down the cartilage in the knee of his fully intact leg as he was relearning to walk. In that moment, he joined tens of millions of others who are dealing with some form of knee pain, knee injury, or recovering from knee surgery, constituting about a $10 billion market across various types of braces, injections, medications, and surgeries. He also discovered that physical therapy was highly effective for him for mitigating the pain and dysfunction in that knee, but that there was a lot of difficulty in getting all the physical therapy that he required. Time constraints from work and family, distance to the physical therapy clinic, and challenges with reimbursement conspired to make access more difficult. And this is something that we see with the vast majority of people who've been prescribed physical therapy, who don't make it to their sessions and don't wind up remaining compliant with their home-based regimens. We've seen this be exacerbated with COVID-19, where 10 to 20,000 elective knee surgeries are being delayed every week of lockdown, and that we're seeing increased no-show rates or non-compliance with physical therapy. Now more than ever, we see value in taking something from physical therapy and bringing it to the patient when the patient can't come to the physical therapy. We've done exactly that with something that we call KneeStim. This device takes a proven technology from sports medicine called neuromuscular electrical stimulation and improves upon it by integrating motion tracking hardware and physics-guided AI in order to make the stimulation mobile and adaptive in order to augment everyday movement and turn activities like getting up and down out of a chair or walking your dog into light strengthening and re-education opportunities. In doing so, by making these improvements, we're leveraging existing research that shows that stimulation combined with voluntary muscle activation gives better strength gains than stimulation applied passively. We also believe that this will make this technology far more convenient to use, and will also, through the use of that motion tracking hardware, enable a level of remote monitoring and therapy that's currently not available with this type of technology. Something, again, relating back to COVID-19, with a greater interest in remote contactless care. This is a technology that can fit in well in that scenario. Our team is small but passionate about the potential for this underlying technology. I mentioned Herbie. He is he's an inventor and serial entrepreneur who has over 50 patents to his name and has previous experience commercializing technology. Shashwat Hora is a recent hire who has come in to assist with clinical and regulatory affairs. He's a trained clinician who also has his biomedical engineering master's from Georgia Tech. We also are supported by 3 bright and talented surgeons and physiatrists who are assisting with the process of figuring out a clinical trial strategy, applying this technology to other modalities or in other places, and assisting us with figuring out the financial side of things. Traction or work to date, we have proof of concept data showing a high level of stimulation accuracy on timing and location across a dozen patients who have suffered from patellofemoral pain syndrome. We collected this at UT Austin. We've conducted reimbursement landscape analysis and identified HCPCS and CPT codes that align with this device in order to enable reimbursement by CMS and private insurers. We have letters of support from UT Health San Antonio and from Dell Medical, and we're currently working with other surgical centers and research facilities. We have 4 utility patents granted. We are working on our first European one. We've had our first pre-submission meeting with the FDA. We feel confident about our 510K pathway to regulatory clearance. And we've seen that 65% of interviewed clinicians or prescribers rather are interested or highly interested in prescribing this device to between 30 to 50% of their patients. As a result of this and the unmet need that we see for additional rehabilitation, we believe we'll be able to sell these devices to surgical centers and physical therapy clinics for rental or resale to patients. Between this and the ability to apply this technology elsewhere and to pursue potentially over-the-counter usage in more sports medicine and international sales, we think we'll be able to reach 40 million in revenue 5 years from launch and be eligible for an exit between 80 to 120 million. We have other technology, but we'll talk about that later. I'll stop and start answering questions. Thank you very much.
So 5 minutes for this. Richard, you went last. Why don't you go first this time?
Sure. So can you actually utilize the DME rental codes right now? Have you had any preliminary conversations with CMS?
Not with CMS yet. This is something that when I mentioned the landscape analysis, we've been working with consultants who have experience in reimbursement and securing codes for technologies. So we worked with them on that analysis they looked at, we actually found the code initially, we put it before them and say, does this make sense? And they said yes. We still need to learn about all the tactics that have to follow in order to actually be able to access that code consistently. But so far as we know right now, that's a usable code for us.
Got it.
Jordan?
Are there material competitors other than physical therapy?
Yeah, there are other devices on the market currently that are providing quadricep-focused electrical muscle stimulation. None of them synchronize stimulation with movement. Only one of them is usable while mobile, but the other ones are generally only usable in a passive scenario, so like you're seated or you're laying on a bench. So we've seen there are devices like that in the market. We also see general knee braces as being a source of competition. Those are effective, but they also tend to be larger, bulkier. They tend to be uncomfortable for users. So even the patients who indicate that they're getting pain relief from the use of that brace, half the time will stop using it after 6 months from prescription, even though it was working for them, just because they can't fit it under clothing or because it gets hot.
So we've got 3 minutes left. In terms of total addressable market, you're only talking about the knee right now, but we have lots of joints and different things that move. What's the applicability with the science and the research and all the other joints in the body?
So I'm glad you asked that because I kind of skipped over it with the last slide. We do see the underlying technologies being extensible to all joints and all conditions, and our utility patents granted are not tied specifically to the knee. The two major tasks that need to be accomplished in order to get this technology applied to other joints is to model the joint to understand how the forces will be applied to that joint throughout movement, and then to build an orthosis that would keep electrodes over muscle bellies throughout the range of motion for that particular joint. That's easier said than done, obviously, but there's no reason that we can't, one, apply this technology to those other joints and conditions, and then two, have multiple types of these devices communicating with one another on a body area network to address more complex musculoskeletal conditions like stroke rehabilitation or coping with cerebral palsy.
All right, so there's 2 minutes left. We'll continue around, but my last point is there's another Capital Factory company that's looking at gait analysis. That you should marry up with them. But Richard, back to you.
Sure.
So out of curiosity, how hard is it to sell into these physical rehab centers? I know a lot of them are, there's thousands of them across the country. A lot of them are independent. They're kind of smaller operations. Do they have the funding for it? And how difficult is it to complete the sale? And do you have to go one by one?
So to answer the last question first, we're assuming at the moment that we'll be going one by one, that it's going to be a combination of me knocking on doors and working with distributors who already have these relationships. To be blunt, we're just now getting to the point of finding out how hard it's going to be to sell into these groups. The market research that we've done today really was centering on interest in the technology, applications of the technology. Now there's the real hard work of kind of talking through the health economics of the device and making sure that what we do lines up with their revenue cycle and also makes sense to the end user, who, if reimbursement doesn't cover 100% of this for whatever reason, can we justify either the copay or paying out of pocket for the device?
Got it. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
It looks like you've already raised about $6 million. Is that right?
No, we've raised a little over 500K.
Okay, so the 6 million, the million, and then another $5 million raise. I thought I saw. Was that what you thought you need to get to break even?
Yes. So we're looking at raising one right now that would cover the expenses related to testing prior to FDA clearance, actually getting applying for FDA clearance, building up a short run of devices for initial validation studies and for initial sales and prescriptions, and then based on expenses we've seen from other similar companies, looked like it would be 4 to 5 million from there, assuming that we're able to do things as cost effectively as we think we can.
Great. Thank you so much, judges. Josh, thanks again. See you later. Enjoy the cookies in the sun. All right. Our next and last but not least pitch is our friend Colby Harvey from Rise. Hey, Colby, thanks for joining us. We'll pull up your screen, which starts now.
Sure. Awesome. Well, thank you so much. And thank you everyone for being here. I hope everyone's enjoying the pitches. So like I said, my name is Colby Harvey. I am the CEO and founder here at Rise. At Rise, we are an angel-backed early stage aviation tech startup rethinking the way that aircraft are inspected. Today, we understand that aircraft are always flying. Even in light of COVID, aircraft are still the most reliable way to get things quickly from point A to point B. The thing is that most people don't think about most is the inspections and the maintenance that goes into these aircraft. So during a normal typical flight, there are things that can happen like lightning strike damages, hail strikes, or even hitting a bird on takeoff. So when that happens, aircraft are grounded because they have to go through visual inspections, which at minimum take at least 10 hours to perform. Those that in 10 hours, it costs an airline in lost revenue and operational expenditures upwards of $60,000 to $110,000 per aircraft. Because every hour that the aircraft's not flying, it's losing about $10,000. The inspections are also very dangerous to the inspectors as they literally have to tie themselves off to the rafters in order to look for damages or potentially cause more damages by running a forklift into the side of an aircraft. This results in billions of dollars in lost revenue per year for an airline or aircraft provider. So I want to introduce to you Dragonfly, our simple solution to a complex problem. Well, mildly simple. This platform has been completely and customly designed to function in the aerospace and defense sector, with being 100% autonomous to take out any error in data capture. So we can perform consistent inspections of every aircraft each time, and then relay all that information back to our end user through our end user application, which I put together a little video here to give a demonstration of. So from here, you'll see an inspector initiating a scan. The drone takes a series of images that it then overlays over a wireframe image that we generated of each aircraft that we inspect. And then once the drone completes its inspection, the inspector is taken to their report screen where they're getting a preview into all the damages that the drone has captured or may have captured. From this screen, the technician can go in and click on a specific damage and then perform their work from there. The opportunity for this industry is still very strong, even in light of COVID. By the year 2030, there's still projected to be a global fleet size of 39,000 aircraft. And our specific market segment, which is airframe and line maintenance, is expected to grow to 43.1 billion by the year 2030. The advantages that set us apart from our competitors are our uniquely designed platform because it's customly developed to operate in the aviation sector. We also created our own machine learning models and an analysis software to reduce their error rates and damage identification. And we've created one of the hardest solutions out there that we've done was the our creation of a GPS denied navigation system. So in this navigation system, as opposed to using GPS, because when you're inside of a building, because these drones can only operate inside of a building as of now, just due to FAA regulations, which don't affect private property. That's why we targeted that. The drone is able to navigate in these environments with freedom, allowing obstacles to be moving around and not stopping our ability to complete an inspection. So none of this would be accomplished without an amazing, strong team behind us. We all have industry-leading experience from Fortune 500 companies or even government, such as Google and NASA. To date, we've signed 3 letters of intent from our early adopters who are currently awaiting a commercialized product that we are launching actually next week. We have 2 of the most, we've inspected 2 of the most utilized aircraft, which is the A380 and the A320 and the Boeing 737. We are also working with one of the largest aircraft manufacturers in the world, securing a testing agreement and ultimately lease the platform and we've done this all with 1.2 million in raised capital. So we target the aerospace and defense industry, commercial airlines, and maintenance repair facilities with a 2-year commitment of a drone with a 2 drone minimum at a rate of $12,000, which is very negligible compared to the costs of traditional inspections. I will provide by further financial projections, but by this we expect growth year over year to about $70 million. To about $70 million by the year 2025. That's what I have a pitch. So now I'll let everyone go ahead and ask questions. Thank you.
Jordan, you want to go first on this one?
Sure. How important is access to data from the airlines or the manufacturers themselves, and how open have they been to sharing that data to train the AI?
So that's not data that's been something that we've gotten hand in hand with the customer. We've actually accumulated and acquired that data in and of ourselves. So that data is things that we use a proprietary system. So we use a LiDAR system that provides us what's called a point cloud. So we can create all of the models of the aircraft just using the data that we pull from the LiDAR. So when it comes to coming from the airlines, it's not very difficult to get basic measurements. When it comes to aircraft data, that's something that even the large manufacturers don't really have, and they've actually reached out to us to ask to capture those images so they could use them themselves, specifically aircraft damages.
So I'll go. As a former aerospace engineer back in my college days, you've got me all excited. But there's a couple of questions I have, and pick whichever one of these you want to answer. Number one, in terms of the microscopic fractures and the microscopic problems that we have, what do you do differently that the human eye can't do? In other words, what is your tolerance level? Or said in a slightly different way, are you only using the visual spectrum for being able to figure out where there might be deficiencies, or are you using other parts of the spectrum like sound and pinging things to see if they're coming back with the same sound?
Right. So we focus on the visual inspection. So we're able to identify a minimum detection feature of about, if we're going in terms of pixels, about like 1 pixel across, which is, I believe, about like a millimeter in size. So we have a standoff distance from the airframe of about 2 meters. That allows us to capture very, very detailed images because we do utilize a very high resolution camera on board the drone. The difference, I wish I could show you like a picture. You can see far more using a camera that's specifically built for computer vision and that defect detection than the human eye ever could. So it's an incredible where camera technology is and how we're able to implement it and use it in our product in order to effectively create our goal is to effectively create a dependency on drone inspections because not only can we do it faster, but we can capture all that data and retain all that data way better than a human ever could.
Got it. And so when you go into the other outside of visual spectrum, just put my name on the patent next to it when you get into something else. Richard.
Colby, thanks so much for the pitch. Quick question for you. So I know that the FAA has been relatively strict with the airlines recently on inspections, or they've been slamming them with several, multi-million-dollar fees. How does it change your selling point? Are you selling, the ability to be more efficient? Are they spooked by that because the FAA may not allow for that type of value add? Or is it more redundancy and adding on additional safety within the inspection process? What's your pitch to these airlines looking like?
So exactly that. It's really the redundancy, because ultimately the end user has to sign off on the inspection. So, but our you can think of our software as or technology as like a crutch or an aid. It's not meant to replace the inspector. It's meant to enhance the inspector's ability, as well as allowing less inspectors to be utilized in one aircraft, so their skills can be utilized somewhere else. From the FAA's perspective, it's very unique and useful, because it provides visual records of every aircraft scan of that tail number, what have you, and we can take that and create historical models from that, which we are using to create predictive maintenance, which is something that's a big push in the aviation industry, as well as having that backup of data for the FAA that's auditable is a huge selling point to the airlines and the maintenance, repair, and overhaul industry.
That's to become the black box of inspection, basically.
Essentially, yeah.
Doesn't that put you at some kind of an extra liability, though?
It doesn't, because we are not, our drone, our technology is not signing off on those inspections. The inspector still is. This is something that we are working towards with our in our fundraising round, is to work more and closely with the FAA, including I mentioned that we're working with one of the largest manufacturers in the world. So using them as like kind of a pushing stone to begin signing off, or providing resources and data and metrics that the FAA needs to allow for drones to sign off on GVIs, or general visual inspections.
5 seconds left. When are we going to be back to 100% flying again?
My hope in the next year, but in reality, give it 2 or 3.
Great. Thanks, Colby, for your pitch. Judges.
Of course. Thank you, guys.
All right, judges, now is your time for deliberation. In your calendar invites, you have a separate room where you can deliberate these 3 fine pitches and select your winner. So you can head over there now and come on back in 10 minutes. Does that sound good?
Great.
Sounds good to me.
All right, so we're going to take you off stage. Now, for those of you that are watching, you're probably thinking, now, why is startup pitches, how is this related to LGBTQ plus in tech? Now, I just want to let you know that all of those presenting companies have a founding member on their team that identifies in the LGBTQ plus community. So that was a really great representation brought up to us, and thank you to all those companies for pitching. So we're going to take a quick break while the judges deliberate, and then we'll come back here and I will announce the prize package. All right, so while we're doing our break, feel free to jump into networking on Hopin, but stick around. You'll want to see who wins.
Choose your fighter.
Slightly inspired. Fight.
All right, welcome back to the moment that you've all been waiting for here at the LGBTQ plus In Tech Summit. Thank you everybody for joining us today. We are back with a decision. After much deliberation by the judges, we are very pleased to announce the winner of the Startup Showcase, and our winner is Rise. So please come up to the stage. Colby, congratulations.
Oh, thank you.
Awesome. We're going to bring up the judges, and they're going to tell you why they picked Rise.
Yeah, well, appreciate it. Thank you, everyone. Unexpected. So it's actually nice to hear. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, so one of the things I'm excited about your company is the applicability, not just on the aviation side, but I see the whole industry of inspection and certification itself really being able to take advantage of your technologies. Although, like I say, I'm bullish. I want to do it. That's on the company side. And then again, since we're all entrepreneurs, we're trying to do better, faster, stronger. Your presentation skills were spot on. Keep that up, and you're going to do great things.
Thank
Richard,
you.
Jordan?
Yeah, Colby, congratulations. I mean, I think your traction speaks for itself. You've got 3 MOUs. You have a drone that not only works, but works in a way that others are having a really hard time replicating, technologically speaking. I mean, it's really powerful where you guys are right now. And so I think just on that metric alone, I mean, you're moving in a really strong direction. So just keep it going, and hopefully, you'll be able to continue to expand that as you continue to have these conversations with airlines and see those MOUs start going into full production.
Thank you, Richard.
I agree with what's been said. Colby, great job. And while I agree with Joseph that there's a
Jordan, we can't hear you.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Better.
So apparently I cannot give a presentation. I'm like, Colby, you did a great job giving a presentation. So I agree with everything that's been said. And while I agree with Joseph that the market potential is infrastructure inspection sort of across industries, the thing that I really liked about what you guys are doing is focusing very sort of, I think, specifically about visual inspection of commercial airplanes. And it's clear that you have traction. I saw that you've already made announcements with American Airlines, sort of a separate and apart from this presentation. And the sky's the limit.
Thank you. I really appreciate that. Play on Rise. Awesome.
All right, so we're going to bring our other 2 startups back onto the stage. The judges just have a quick couple of words for you both.
So I'll go first. Josh, I love what you're doing. As you know, I work as a board advisor member, or excuse me, a board of director member for Bionic Power. We're in your space. Let's follow up afterwards. I think there's conversations you and I can have. As far as your actual presentation, the only other thing that I think would have been effective for us as judges was really to differentiate where you all are from the other players. If you did that, and you thought you did that, I would just see if there's ways that visually or some other way you could do that. And then moving over to Matt, love what you're doing. The concept is great. The only advice I give you on future presentations is take your live demo and just make it a video. Use the QuickTime Player, do a screen grab, record a video. We won't even know it's not live, but it'll really allow you to focus on the audience and talk it through and don't have to move up and down. That'd be my only other piece of free chicken I'd offer.
Awesome. Very good.
Awesome. Well, guys, just starting here with Josh, really like this rehab market. I think it's obvious that it needs to be innovated on. There's a ton of stuff happening in the space. People do not do rehab because it's too difficult. So clearly that's an example of the world not working functionally in its current traditional market. You're tackling the right problem. Make sure you really understand that customer pipeline and what's going to get them excited. Is it the reimbursement factor that you're going to get more out of it? Is it the fact that customers are going to retain on the rehab piece more? Just give me like real quantitative understanding of, if I was a customer, okay, this is what's really going to drive my sale decision. Matt, awesome product. I'm really excited about it. What I'd like to know though is, I liked the basic concept of 3D design, but it took us a while to get to all the different components in the back end, which is really the secret sauce of any company, right? It's not, front end. It's all what's happening behind the hood of like all the different things in the business, like the marketplace.
Yeah.
How are you getting those contractors onboarded? What's driving them in terms of participating in this marketplace? How do you build a moat there? Those are probably even more important than even how you design the functional 3D model yourself, because you described it, right? You can just pull the information offline from your partners and you can build these models. So just make sure you're giving me all the pieces of business as you go forward, because I could see that like there's something really interesting happening with all those. Yeah. Just help me kind of fill in the gaps when you go along.
Awesome. Thank you.
Yeah.
So Josh, great presentation, really strong presentation.
Thank you.
It's a crowded space. There are a lot of different devices for orthopedics. And although it's early, some efficacy data about what's distinguishing your device, I think would maybe be convincing or help to make me sold on it. And Matt, it looked like a cool thing, and I'm probably going to go on and buy it, which is obviously a really good sign. It wasn't as clear to me, though, as at least that in your mind, what your commercial model would be, at least in the near term. And it was sort of everything to everybody, and that's probably hard to make happen.
Thank you.
But great job, all three of you.
Great. Let's give everyone a round of applause. Congratulations, Colby, and thank you.
Cool.
All right, we're going to say goodbye to our judges. And thank you again, everybody, for tuning in to the LGBTQ+ in Tech event. It has been a wild ride from noon till now, and we're happy that you joined in. I just want to bring up my teammates. We have Jeremy Roy, who's been behind the scenes, queuing everybody up and down, just like this is a production studio. So thanks, Jeremy, for being on the squad. And then I'd love to bring up Rebecca, who has helped with all of our inclusion council and basically putting everything together. All the communications that you got for this event has been from her. So thank you, team. Thank you, everybody at Capital Factory. And yeah, over and out. Let's play us out on that video that says like, thanks for watching. You got it, Jeremy?
Got it. Cheers.